Hearing on House Bill 1281 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Morton. Good morning, Representative Morton.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt. So this bill is an act establishing standards for the training of comfort dogs. And without going through all of the entire details of it, the facility comfort dog means an agency-owned dog that provides support to the public and has met certification requirements of this chapter. One thing of note from feedback that I've gotten about this bill is there is also a similar bill in the Senate is for one amendment to be added to this, which would really be 2 words. In the first or the last line of that first paragraph, facility comfort dogs are not considered service dogs, emotional support animals, or therapy would be what we would add to that. So and comfort dogs do not have the same rights. So the therapy dogs would be excluded from this bill. So a couple of distinctions about therapy dogs as opposed to comfort dogs is the therapy dog handlers are trained to bring their dogs into public. They're not trained for psychological first aid and critical incident training. That's what the police departments are trained for. And I believe there are a couple officers who are handlers that are going to be here today to speak about this. Also, this bill is particularly timely and important because the Americans with Disabilities Act provides clear protections for service animals trained to perform specific tasks for individuals with disabilities. But it explicitly excludes animals whose primary role is comfort or emotional support. Facility comfort dogs owned and deployed by police departments and other public safety agencies fall into that excluded category. They provide invaluable support in crisis, but without dedicated standards, there's uncertainty about their training, access, and distinction from private therapy animals or service dogs. This bill fills this gap by establishing narrow, voluntary certification for these agency-owned dogs only, ensuring they are well prepared while making clear they do not impact or regulate privately owned pet therapy or emotional support animals. This guidance benefits first responders, victims, and the public alike.
Okay, great. So just for the record, that my wife Linda and our dog Bella and Addie are both members of the Alliance of therapy dogs. So we are somewhat. They are trained and tested. No, that was your cat. So anyway, so just for the I guess the $64,000 question is, why do we need all these rules and regulations? Wouldn't it just be up to the police department to have its own policy and its own rules and regulations, and that we don't really need legislation?
I'm going to probably leave that up to Laura or the police officers to explain, but my understanding with dozens, I don't know, there's over 100 police departments in New Hampshire. If one has one standard, one has a different standard, that's where the problem can come in. So this program started about 8 years ago. I was actually a founding board member of Hero Pups when they paired up with the Concord Police Department to train the first police comfort dog in New Hampshire. And there's other states that are actually looking at how it's being done here. And they're also looking at this bill in particular to see how we are going to do this to make sure we're protecting with the Americans with Disabilities Act and so forth. So we have a standard. It will be somewhat self-regulated, but I'll defer that question to them.
Okay. Any other questions from committee members? Yes, Representative Burrows.
Yes. Thanks for taking my question. So I had, and by the way, for your information, I had a therapy dog who never should have passed. But anyway. What regulations or policies are in place now, and from what organization?
So, to clarify the question, do you mean like who determines what the training is?
Well, I mean, do you use AKC standards?
Yes.
That kind of thing? Okay.
Yes.
So, follow up, please.
For the question, may inquire.
You know, I see that they're even beyond setting minimum standards. There's things like diet restrictions, and I'm wondering, is that the role of the legislature to tell, you know, like police or whoever has one of these dogs what they should eat and the rules about, you know, some of these really minute rules.
So it's a great question, and that comes down to safety, both for the dog, the handler, and the public. And I can have somebody that's more of an expert on that explain that in better detail than myself.
Okay, so make sure you understand, he's saying he wants somebody else to explain stuff, but go ahead, but ask your question, so she'll,
Thank you. And if
she'll know
you
what the
can't
question is.
answer it, then I'm sure someone else could. And so who is actually doing the training and who's paying for it?
I'll defer that question as well. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Spears.
We have a lot of requirements in here. And is there somebody that's supposed to make sure this happens? Or is there
Yes.
an organization? I mean, is our government, something like the Attorney General's office supposed to make sure this happens?
No, that will be addressed as well.
Okay.
Yep. So I probably should
I-
stand back and let the
I tried to
experts-
get you, but,
I appreciate that.
but
I'll get
everybody
the
wanted,
experts to come up.
as you can see, this committee has questions. All right, so I will call on Laura Barker. Did you get a card from Morton? No. So Representative Morton, be sure you fill out a pink card. Hi.
Hi. So, my name is Laura Barker, and I had all these things I wanted to say, but I also heard all these questions, and I don't want them just to sit out there and linger too long. Yes, I'm the founder of Hero Pups. We have been a service dog organization for over 10 years. Yes, we did train Concord's dog, which was the first in New Hampshire. We're not even sure how many were in New England at the time. When we did Liberty, there were no rules. We never expected it to be this good. I have heard that there are as many as 40 dogs in New Hampshire now being called comfort dogs. About half of those are ours, but we're not trying to be in control of this. I have requested this standard because as part of several different response teams, and we're responding to different types of deployments that are very tragic, very heavy, and we're seeing some dogs come in that are not trained the same. Some are dog aggressive, some can't be around small children. They all have some of them have different little caveats of when they will work. This standard I'm requesting because we have to have something to follow. It doesn't have to be what we have written. It has to be something that we can follow and other people can follow so that we all have the same minimum standard of training. If I had written this would have been much more detailed. I want a lot more things out of my dogs and my handlers. But it's not my bill. So, the therapy dog thing has been brought up to me several times. This has nothing to do with therapy dogs, nothing to do with therapy dogs. Therapy dogs have their own certification, they have their own standard of training, and that's amazing. This will maybe even help the therapy dogs by adding in that one simple word to that line, as John had mentioned. I think that alleviates some of the tension that has been expressed by some members. So I think that'll take care of that problem. I heard the food question. We're not dictating what food you should feed a comfort dog. We are saying that raw diets, I'm not talking about fresh diets, raw diets have zoonotic diseases that come along with them. I'll use leptospirosis as the simple example, but there are many. I'm not a veterinarian, but it's easily accessible information. Zoonotic diseases can be transferred to humans inadvertently by raw diets. Once you cook the proteins, your risk minimizes significantly, but it is a standard for, I think, every therapy dog organization not to feed raw diets. There, and again, I'm trying to be very timely and not take up too much time with this, but there are a lot of ways that a child could touch a dog and end up with a zoonotic disease because the dog ate a raw diet. So I'll kind of skip over that one. Who's doing the training? Well, there's a lot of people doing the training, and that's totally fine. Does not have to be one of our dogs, one of the dogs that have come through our program, but they should have a standard to follow. And that is part of why we have this here. It's a voluntary participation. It does not cost the state any money. We have a program, an actual template of a program that can very easily be used by any organization that we are happy to provide. It was donated to us. I'm happy to donate it to them. It does not have our name on it. It does not have anything. We just already have the program. So why not take the simpler path? There are private companies that have offered to provide patches, whatever necessary things that come along with it. So again, it's not going to cost anything. I think those were all the questions I caught. So the dogs are the big part of it, but the handlers are also a very big part of it. And the handler training has to be taken into account, not just the dogs. So I'm sure that some of the officers here will speak to that. I think that there are some modifications we can make to maybe make more people happy, but this is a good jump-off point.
Okay, questions from the committee members? Okay, Representative Burrows?
Hi, and I'm not sure this is a question for you, it may be for some of the sponsors, but do you think this is more of a policy issue rather than a legislative one?
Well, I believe that every police chief, again, just for easy, with director of whatever agency, they don't want to be thrown into the dog world, waist high. They want to know what do I need to do? And I think this helps to make their job easier. A policy, that's, again, I'll let them speak to it, but our idea is to make this easier to have something for people to follow.
Representative Spear?
Thank you. I've been in several of the pubs in my town, and people often come in with dogs with, I don't know what you call them, like vests or something.
Harnesses.
That say that they're official, that they say not official, that they are comfort dogs. And it's clear the dog is not. I mean, it's running all over the place and everything else. This isn't going to help any of that, is it?
This has nothing to do with service dogs, and I believe that is what you're referring to.
Well, they call them comfort dogs, so I don't.
And this is where the language, we're trying to come up with some language that is adoptable. I didn't choose the word comfort dog. That was Chief Osgood from Concord Police Department. That's just the term that's been used. There is different language, and I think there's some other people are going to speak to what language they would like to see. A dog should not be in a restaurant unless it's invited in there or is a service dog.
Further question?
Yeah, so just so you know, in terms of, we had the classifications, and remember we had that legislation previously
Yeah.
in terms of what is a service dog. And the best way for me to define it and make it clear, a service dog will have on that vest on it, it would say, "Don't touch me. I'm a service dog. I'm busy. I'm on duty." Okay? Where a comfort dog, okay, got misused because that we have a comfort dog that people have their little chihuahuas they stick in a suitcase and fly on the airplanes with, okay, and they say, "I need this dog for comfort," okay, and that's where we got into that legislation past year. So in this case, we're talking about a whole different category of what real comfort dogs are, and that is a real good. And this one is a facility comfort dog, is the way it's defined, facility comfort dog, okay? Whereas, let's say that our comfort dog, which is part of the alliance, that these dogs are trained to be taken into schools,
Yeah.
hospitals, nursing home, whatever, and that actually on the sign-on says, "Please touch me. I want to be touched."
How can we tell the difference? I mean, people are
Because
buying
of what's
these.
that vest, the vet that they're
You
that's
can
on.
buy those vests online, unfortunately.
That is true. So in this case, what we're doing is each one of these vests in terms of will distinguish that who is their affiliation. Okay, so that our dogs have a special sticker on them that says, that we're part of the alliance. In this case, this legislation would have that their facility comfort dog would have to be on their vest. Right?
I add one thing?
Yes.
The word facility was put in there because of the public's confusion.
Right.
And we can't really fix all of it, but we're hoping something
That's-
along those lines
There will be
will help to
language problems
clarify.
here anyways, in terms of what's a comfort, what's not a comfort, what kind of it. But in this case is that my understanding, the intent of this bill is that police departments across the state would like to have a standard policy so that that they don't differ from one police department to the next, but that they're all playing by the same rules and having them clearly laid out.
In that case, if somebody brings in a fake comfort dog and he's causing problems, I know last time we talked about the idea that you're not allowed to ask the owner what their disability is or anything like that.
Right, exactly.
So with this kind of a legislation, would the police be able to come in and say, no, you can't keep that dog in here?
So the interesting thing about this legislation is this is only for police departments. So we kind of hope the police departments follow their own rules. Okay, so this section, this 167, these are guidelines for how police departments operate. So if you're asking how's the enforcement agency, well, it's obviously the police would then have some explaining to do if they violated this rule. I think I got that right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I only have one more card. Are you gonna? Yeah. Sure. So you want to have Rochelle go first, or you want to go? Yeah. Okay. Yes, I have her card. I did. Yeah. We're not judges here, so you can approach us anytime. Okay. Right. Well, yeah, she's going to go first. Okay. So there's Roselle Jones from the Portsmouth Police Department with her dog name. What is his name? Okay.
He's going to testify.
It's just. Okay. Good morning. You have to press the button.
Press
Yeah.
the button.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Detective Rochelle Jones. I work at Portsmouth Police Department. I am a U.S. veteran. I've been with the department for 24 years. I've been Mason's handler for 3 years. Mason comes from Hero Pups. I am opposed to this bill as it is for a number of reasons. For one, I don't like the term, and I don't think it's appropriate to have facility comfort dog in there. And the reason why is because all of our dogs, if you think about a therapy dog, emotional support dog, service dog, bomb detection dog, every dog is named by the work that they do. Facility dog is actually also includes, thank you, honey, privately owned dogs that are expertly trained, partner with the facilitator, and they work in either like healthcare, visitation, or education settings. So that doesn't, it's kind of confusing because we're really trying to have the term comfort dogs that are owned by agencies or employed by agencies. So to say like we have an individual owned dog. So and I've talked to the senator about that too. And also already in one of the bills, so Max's Law, which was one of our canines, I don't know if you all remember SB 268, but that was our dog and he died in a training accident. And the law was put into place and comfort dogs were a part of that is now that if there is an emergency or something like that, then the dog can be transported by ambulance because the owner at the time wasn't able to work on the dog. while he was transporting him, and he died. So thank you for that. But also in that bill, we are referred to as comfort canines. Just going through some things, I think it's very restrictive. I already know some dogs that probably wouldn't be comfort dogs anymore if we had everything in here in place, and they're really good dogs, and they do a great job. And last time we spoke, we really talked about the great work that these dogs do, but it doesn't sound like we have to have that conversation. Everybody gets that. Mason's also a certified therapy dog through Alliance of Therapy Dogs as well, so we're well versed in that, and that's for sometimes that we can be and volunteer and work at like the hospital and things like that, off duty as well if we were ever to be called out. So there's no question about if we can go into the hospital and do that work, because that did happen to us one time. We were off duty and the hospital said, "Are you a service dog?" We never stolen valor and say that we are. And he was just like, "You're not in the performance of your duties." And we respected that. We said, "How do we get on this volunteer list?" And we went through the process to be certified. And that's also for our employees and our families. If something were to happen, that we can go in there and do that. But there are certified therapy dogs that are also comfort dogs for their police departments too. One of the things too with the Alliance of Therapy Dogs. So one thing I don't want to see is we're too restrictive with the training, and then we don't have comfort dogs, and they'll just become therapy dogs, because to go through the Alliance of Therapy Dogs is very similar to the AKC, CGC obedience, right? And then all you have to do is a certification test once a year, right? And then you're one visit every 3 months. So if we make this so restrictive, then I don't know that police departments are going to want to do that, right? You good, buddy? We
That's a
do.
good point.
Yeah, and
So
you
you're
talk.
saying is that if we were to put in this exemption,
That's it.
then probably nobody's ever going to comply
think
with
if
this
it's
statute.
too-
They'll just go
that-
with the extent, the exception.
Well, I think
And
there,
just be,
yeah.
which might be it's not a bad thing, but it just means that all the work we put into this would be lost.
Well, I think, like the canine good citizen is one thing, but there may be some dogs that can't pass the urban, and is that necessary for the work that they're doing? Like if they're a peer support dog or something like that, like do they have to be okay like outside, or, when you're out to eat or something like that too? And also one of the things too is it doesn't give an alternative. So I brought, like you talked about standardized operating procedures, and I thought it was kind of funny because even the jail, the prison comfort dog program is called Comfort Dog. They don't call it a facility dog. And then we have ours, which is a 10-page document that addresses the training and keeping records and those things too. And we do share our policies with other departments. So like we got ours from Manchester's, right? And then it's an evolving document too, because I took therapy dog actually out of our policy because I'm like, I didn't see that we would need a need for it. But then we had our own personal need for it. So we went through with that as well. But it's got everything in here. I don't know that we can make everybody do that. But when you asked about like who's going to be responsible for enforcing these standards, our departments can enforce the standards, our standard operating procedures to us. And that happened with him. He had a different handler before me that wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing, and the dog was taken away from him, and Mason fortunately was given to me. So we can address it. I don't know who's going to be the entity for this bill. I don't know if you have to create somebody. The other thing too is what does training look like for us? We had 2 interviews with the court, sexual assault victim, and then we were at the casino later that night. That's public access training at the casino. We didn't go in as service dog. We already got permission from the director of operations. And after he met Mason, he said he's welcome here anytime. That's how we get our public access. Like we don't self-deploy. So one of the things in here was talking about those public kind of access trainings or public safety ones. And it's like, we can't create like situations either to, so I don't know how often that training can happen or what that looks like. Saying that, the dog has to be altered by a certain age, by the 2nd birthday, or not bred. Like, I think, these dogs are owned by the agencies. And I think that's a conversation with your veterinarian. I would have loved to have Mason puppies, but that's not I don't know. I feel like that's overreach to say what you can do with somebody's dog. Maybe
So
it's-
I wouldn't say you go through a lot of details. 'Cause
Right.
I actually got something sent to me that's got more red ink on it than
Okay.
you can shake a stick
Yeah.
at. So yes.
Oh.
There are, almost every paragraph, there's something. that
Yeah,
seems-
so I'll just hammer home the
seems
comfort dog thing.
problematic.
Every article, I mean, we've been calling ourselves comfort dogs. I really don't think the facility should go in there. I think that's confusing. I think it doesn't speak to the work that we're doing. Like I said, individuals can have those. That's Massachusetts, but we just had an article come out in 2021, and every single buddy is referring to themselves as comfort dogs. What I would like to see, because this is, kind of an unfinished work product, this bill, and that was something with the Association of like Comfort Dogs that we were working on, and I think it wasn't quite ready. But this, just as an example, is an 89-page document about facility dogs being used in CACs and interviews in the court system that came out from the Department of Justice in 2015. It's 89 pages of guidelines about the best practices and using the dogs. I think something like this, in my opinion, would be more appropriate if we were to get together with the Comfort Dog Association, chiefs of police, made like a document like this and said, here's some recommendations and guidelines, not necessarily something you shall do, right? Again, I mean, I'm sure there's how many dog owners are in here? Like every dog is different, every dog has a different strength, and I just don't want to negate or discourage any of the dogs. And if they can't do it, then the departments can take care of that, so.
Great, thank you very much for
No
bringing it
problem.
in. And Mason can.
He's under there, yep.
Res-
So I don't know.
See,
if
we could ask him what he thinks he should be called.
Obviously, you have a lot of issues. Would you be willing to work with the sponsors to do an amendment?
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
I think this bill is probably, given that the Senate has another version, that we might want to interim study this and work on it, because it's going to require a lot of work. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I have one card left. Justin Braston from,
Manchester.
oh, that's Manchester, okay. So are we on, is your camera on, or is that, how does that?
Your camera's off. And not recording. Oh, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. A lot of new faces in the room, so I'll just take a moment to introduce myself. My name is Justin Breton, Breton. I'm a member of the Manchester Police Department and one of the proud comfort dog handlers that you've heard referenced throughout the morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and I come at it from a bit of a historical perspective. I've been a police officer for about 17 years. The last 5 of those years have been spent with my partner, Patch, who was the city of Manchester's first comfort dog. Like you've heard from some earlier testimony, when Chief Osgood and the Concord Police Department truly started this program, not only in New Hampshire and New England, but nationwide, there weren't a lot of programs out there to build from. This was a genuine idea that was born from the law enforcement perspective of providing the best possible services for the communities that we serve and the individuals that we try to have a positive impact on each and every single day. I know that there's been a lot of conversation about what is productive about the bill and what potentially needs some work. I do think it's important to acknowledge that through the Governor's Commission to study incidents of PTSD amongst first responders, Senate Bill 573 was born. As a member of that committee, I represented the NHPA, the New Hampshire Police Association, 2 legislative sessions ago. And in that seat, I was designated by the chair of that committee to help form a subcommittee, which truly dove into the intentionality and research that I think you guys are all looking for when it comes to appropriately addressing this bill. Members of that committee were comprised of each entity or each branch of New Hampshire's emergency services personnel, police, fire, EMTs, dispatchers, and corrections, to include representation from NAMI, New Hampshire. That subcommittee was the genuine intention of that committee was to come together to truly explore all of the different existing programs in New Hampshire, interview the handlers, speak with administrators, review departmental policy, and really review what was happening around the country so we could genuinely create the best work product possible that maintained the integrity of what we are truly trying to achieve with our partners, and that's providing the best emotional support services that we possibly can to our communities and the members we serve. I want to clarify that I was not a part of drafting this version of the House bill, nor was the subcommittee consulted in that. I don't know if it was known at the time that work was being done, but the work that I was involved in was specifically related to the Senate version of this bill. As the committee established, I was incredibly excited by some of the questions that were asked. So I'll try to address each of the ones that I heard to be poignant and make sure that I'm respectful of all of your time. One of the initial questions brought up the standards. Currently, there are no standards for comfort dogs in the state of New Hampshire or around the country. It is only really in the last 8 or 9 years that folks within the emergency service profession have started utilizing these canine partners, and we had very little to go by when it came to building these programs initially. I think the standards in New Hampshire that a majority of us have chosen to adopt around the state are truly the gold star standards. We strive very hard to all train to the same level to make sure that we're providing adequate support services for all the members of our community. You talked a lot about the confusion. There's even confusion amongst the committee members. What's a service dog? What's a comfort dog? What's a therapy dog? What's an emotional support dog? I can almost tell you that I spend at least 25% of my day explaining those differences. There's a huge amount of confusion around that, and I can genuinely tell you that the Senate bill's attempts were to clarify that confusion. You heard to some of the concerns about including the word facility dog in the title. That comes from a place, I feel, and I don't mean to speak for Detective Jones, but that comes from a sediment of that, like we heard from Ms. Barker, the comfort dog phrase and title was chosen by Chief Osgood when he started this program. There were no comfort dogs across the country. Nobody knew what that was. And when it comes to overcoming barriers and stigmas around mental health, not only did members of the community question, well, what is a police comfort dog? But even members of our agency thought, what is a police comfort dog? Do we really need that? Is that a service that we can provide? And that, for many, that comfort dog title has become something that we strongly stand by because of the training that we all strive to achieve and the standards that we're currently trying to set. It's very important to all of us that as comfort dog handlers, we are not doing anything to impede in any services that are trying to be provided to the service dog community. A service dog is a dog that's specifically trained for one specific handler to meet one specific need, as I believe you guys began to discuss. These comfort dogs are above the initial training of a therapy dog. A therapy dog is traditionally, by definition of the American Kennel Club, owned by an individual, or to use the term civilian. It's a privately owned dog that is trained traditionally by the American Kennel Club and then certified by other groups like you've heard of, the Alliance of Therapy Dogs, to go out in the community with their civilian handler to provide emotional support services for community members on a volunteer basis, right? And that's really important, a volunteer basis. So these handlers are going out on their own time, they're training their dogs, and they're providing services to their community. Those services can be delivered at libraries and schools and hospitals and elderly care facilities all around the state, and the work that they do is invaluable. However, the work that I think we're doing at the comfort dog level is one step above that, and I'll talk about that in a minute. When it comes to the confusion around comfort dogs and emotional support dogs, I think that's why this bill is necessary. You see a lot of people misusing that emotional support label that is designated by statute in this country. That emotional support animal provides support to its owner. It is not trained, an emotional support animal is not trained to provide support to community members. The purpose of an emotional support animal is to provide support for its handler. Therapy dogs are certified to provide services to their community and community members at a volunteer level. What we are doing at a comfort dog level is truly extraordinary. And I can genuinely say the assistant chief and the chief that helped us start this program, his sentiment was if he could replace all of us with comfort dogs, he would have. The work that they do is invaluable and quite frankly, immeasurable. The standards that we've created for ourselves, we've We traditionally have trained through the American Kennel Club, because that is one of the most nationally recognized and easily accessible certification programs that are out there, and most accepted by a lot of, at the time, therapy dog associations that are working to certify therapy dogs for members of the community. Traditionally, we have all of us achieve and strive to achieve the American Kennel Club's Canine Good Citizen training. We strive to achieve the American Kennel Club's urban training, and we also strive to achieve the American Kennel Club's advanced Canine Good Citizen certification. That's out of a genuine desire from everybody in the emergency services community to make sure that we are upholding the highest standards possible, because there are no standards nationally at this time. Most everything that we do at the emergency service level has to be certified, or a diploma, or something qualifying us to deliver those services. And without a standard similar to the one that you see in front of you, not exactly like the one you see in front of you, but similar to the one that we see in front of you, we will continue to be questioned around what is a service dog, what is a comfort dog, what is a therapy dog, and what is an emotional support dog. One of the other pieces that I would like to clarify is that in this standard, not only do some of these standards not match the level that we are already striving to achieve. It does this bill in its current form does not address the recertification process that we would all like to hold ourselves to. Currently, the American Kennel Club does not require any recertification standards with their certifications, and we would like to hold ourselves to a 3-year recertification process with the American Kennel Club to make sure that our dogs are continuing to perform at their highest level for the community members that we serve. I think that that's really important. Folks asked about funding. I think when it comes down to funding, a lot of these departments are either funding them out of their operating budgets, or in Manchester, we established a nonprofit, so that way we could fund all acquisition, training, and continued care for our comfort dog. And that nonprofit was genuinely created so that way we could approach our community members and say, we have a service for you that is at zero cost dollars to your operating budget. So the programs are being run and funded in many different ways across the state, and I think it's important to address that. And I do think that decision should be made at a local municipality, town, and city level, how those programs are funded. One of the other pieces that I think this bill brings up, and I don't know that it was addressed earlier, is that there is a call to establish a centralized tracking entity for the work that's being done. At least that was in the version that I saw when the bill was formally released. It required a unique patch and a central tracking system. Currently, everything in the emergency responder, emergency services personnel training and certification documentation is all maintained at a local level by the agencies that we all serve, as well as at a state level with our Police Standards and Training Council, and on the fire and EMS side at the New Hampshire Fire Services Training Council. So all of our training, all of our certifications, everything that we do in the line of work that we perform, we are already maintaining those records. We're keeping those records and providing those records to the entities that certify us in the state to do the work that we do. And we feel very strongly as handlers that we can continue to document our partners' training, recertification, and everything that we need to document, to uphold, and alleviate that burden of creating a unique central entity or tracking system for this bill if it were to ever make it to pass. Some of the other pieces that I do want to make clear, because I heard it brought up that this was a law enforcement specific support service. The way that the Senate bill is written is that these dogs can be employed and deployed by all emergency services personnel. So that would be police, fire, EMS, corrections, and E911. There are very successful programs embedded in many different agencies around the state that fall within all of those professions. This version of the bill leaves out our telecommunicators and does not provide that overall coverage of making sure that all emergency services personnel can be a part of this process. I want to make sure to clarify as well, because some of the concerns that this committee brought up were also shared at the Senate level. In regards to regulating diet, spay and neuter, and ownership, those concerns were brought up at the Senate level as well. And that was some language that was inserted into the Senate version of the bill after the subcommittee had resumed some of its work. So we are in the process of working with the Senate to fine tune some of that language that is drawing concern on their side as well. But I think it's important to acknowledge that your concerns are shared. We want to make sure, I personally want to make sure that this bill remains focused on what we are truly trying to achieve when we set out. Very crystal clear training requirements, very crystal clear recertification requirements for not only the dog but the handler, very crystal clear care of our partners, making sure that we're taking care of them adequately, making sure that we're transporting them appropriately, and most importantly, making sure that they have a retirement plan set up for them so that way they do not just be disposed of when they are done the work that they're doing. The dog's care is very important to all of us as handlers. A lot of that is already in place through departmental policy, but if we keep this focused on its genuine intentions, that's a focus of the Senate version of this bill as well.
Great. Thank you very much. We will look forward to seeing the Senate bill.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
I think we're all questioned out.
Thank you.
Okay, having no more cards, so we'll close the public hearing. 1281. And next up is House Bill 1208, relative to caller identification requirements for telemarketing calls. And the sponsor is approaching.
Thank you, Eric. Okay. Ready?
Good morning.
Oh, thank you. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, and I apologize for not bringing any anyway cute black labs with me. We actually do have a famous black lab in Durham who's trained to be a dungeon dog, dungeon being the nickname of the UNH football stadium, and for some reason the breeder decided to train her to run out onto the field and recover the tees after all the kickoffs. And UNH is a high-scoring team, so there's lots of kickoffs for her to. So that's so anyway, my name is Timothy Horgan, Stratford County District 10. This bill is relative to caller identification requirements for telemarketing calls. Probably the analysis sums it up pretty well. This bill requires telemarketers to use valid returnable phone numbers and prohibits businesses from displaying caller ID numbers that are disconnected or listed in the reassigned numbers database. And so the reassigned numbers database, it actually probably could be called the disconnected numbers database. This database has been online since 2021. It was established, although actually it was authorized in 2018. There was the Federal Telephone Consumer Protection Act. So that was it was part of that, but it's been online since 2021. So telephone companies and similar providers are supposed to report all permanently disconnected numbers to a federal contractor called somosgov.inc. Providers are also supposed to wait at least 45 days before reassigning a disconnected number to a different customer, and I think most wait somewhat longer than that. I guess there's various reasons. Sometimes numbers are mistakenly disconnected. That actually happened to me back in October when I was changing my landline from one cable provider to another. But so we're actually from one same cable provider, but different part of town. But so callers and caller agents are required to regularly cross-check their contact lists against the reassigned numbers database to make sure they're not mistakenly calling numbers which now belong to someone who has not consented to being called. Checking this database also prevents you from calling numbers which have been disconnected but not reassigned, although that's less of a problem because you're not really annoying anyone aside from yourself and your employees when you make a call. And in theory, you should be deleting all numbers which turned out to be disconnected. So Yeah, you can actually, if you have I think if you have an automatic dialing system, you can tell just from those annoying sounds they make when you call a disconnected number. It's supposed to tell you that the number is disconnected. So, but actually, this bill is, as introduced, is directed against a particular type of spam caller who make outgoing calls. Usually, they're either entirely or partially robocalls using disconnected numbers as spoofed caller ID numbers. Those spoofed numbers are always in the recipient's own area code, or almost always. And so in my case, my landline, my cell phone are both in area code 603. So I get, and actually I'm an old guy who answers the phone. I also, all of us as state reps occasionally get calls from people we don't know who we need to talk to. So like I'm in the habit of, still in the habit of picking up the phone. So I probably get exposed to a lot more of these than like people who don't get phone calls from people they don't know. So I personally get dozens of these calls. They're related to a fairly small assortment of scams. I think there's a limited number of limited number of companies on the other end of this. Typically, the contact starts as a robocall using a bot with a nice American accent. And if the recipient, say me, gives the right answer, the call is forwarded to a live call center employee with a strong foreign accent. And then the employee typically gives a fake American name, although it's pretty obvious they're probably not. Although usually the sound quality used to be much worse when you got the live employee, but they've actually fixed that. They've actually started. The sound quality has improved in the last year or so. One popular fake name is Brian Wilson. That makes sense because who's more American than Brian Wilson, the late leader of the Beach Boys? You know, what's more American than the Beach Boys? One very odd thing about this is that Brian Wilson never makes much effort to engage with the people like me who, for whatever reason, mistakenly fail to ignore the incoming phone calls. Brian almost always hangs up at the first hint of resistance. Even questions as innocuous as, "What are you calling me about?" are met with an immediate hang-up. So I'm inferring that there's surprisingly little information about this, but apparently the point of the operation is to make as many phone calls as possible. So the call centers, I know at least some of them are in India and Pakistan. It's possible state law could still be applied to them. We could use the proposed new law in HB 1208 to go after businesses who contract with these dubious overseas call centers to provide low-cost lead generation services. Also, even though Brian Wilson and his fellow live callers are thousands of miles away, it's popular. Some misguided entrepreneurs are hosting the bots here in New Hampshire. So, but it always, because typically sometimes there's a live call at the beginning, but usually you get a bot, and if you give like the response it's looking for, then it'll like forward it to the live person, and anyway, so I don't think any legitimate businesses will be harmed if HB 1208 becomes law, since using a valid returnable caller ID number when making sales calls is a basic telemarketing best practice. Also, refraining from calling someone 30 times a day who's absolutely not interested in buying whatever it is that you're selling, that's also basic telemarketing best practice. So I think this would, I don't know, probably enforcing it would be difficult, but I think it might do a little bit to help basically all of us who have phones and occasionally get phone calls we need to answer. It also helps those of us who make outgoing phone calls, including those of us who are planning to run for re-election. Like one of the problems of this spate of those spam phone calls is it's become very difficult to do phone banking because nobody doesn't recognize your number wants to talk to you anymore. But so anyway, that's my bill. I did ask for amendment that also apply part of the Telephone Consumer Protection Act. It's already in federal law to state law, but that I haven't gotten that amendment back, and it's not what's before you anyway. But when I get the amendment back, I can pass it on to committee. They might want to consider adding that to the bill. So this is a fairly simple bill. It might be somewhat helpful. My main concern, probably the main ways to be forcible if you get a local business says, get lead generation services for like 2 cents a call or whatever. So they may be they may be contracting with what turns out to be this overseas call center, and then they have these, they have these bots, and occasionally it's where people have to talk to angry people from the other side of the world. I feel a little bit sorry for the live callers because they're probably meeting with a lot of hostility. They're working like all night talking to people 12,000 miles away who probably aren't particularly eager to talk to them. And I have noticed they often, as I said, I notice they often they often hang up at the first hint of resistance, including even questions that somebody who actually wanted to buy what they're selling would ask. So I'd ask you to pass this bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear everything that you were saying about the
sorry.
amendment, but are you saying that will that amendment collide with, fix the collision this has with federal law?
Well, the amendment, if I get it back and if you agree to pass it, that takes a section of the federal law and then puts it in state law, and several other states have done that. So that's more directed towards ensuring that businesses here in New Hampshire who are doing regular, more legitimate telemarketing, because the way it's supposed to work, if you have a customer list, you're supposed to get your permission to put them on the customer list. And it's a little bit different actually for campaign calls, but not. And then you're supposed to take your customer list and basically just give them all the list of the. Basically just put the phone numbers. You can put them
I
in.
was just asking about the amendment.
Yeah, the
so
amendment.
thank-
Yeah, the amendment's not before you anyway.
Thank you
So
on that. I have a follow-up,
okay,
please.
thank you.
Further question?
Real quick question.
Inquire?
Has the Attorney General's office reviewed this and have feedback?
No, they. No, they have not. We did contact several agencies for the fiscal note, and the Department of Justice is not listed as one of them, and so perhaps I didn't think of asking them, but I figured they probably routinely review all these bills
Thank you
anyway.
so much.
Thanks.
Senator Walsh.
Take my question. I guess I'm missing. How will this be enforced?
The main way it would be enforced if some business, and of course they would probably be the victim of the scheme more than the perpetrator, if some business here in New Hampshire falls for the ads for the lead generation services, and I think I have seen those online, and also. If somebody, I doubt that anybody in New Hampshire would be having the live callers here in New Hampshire because it's much cheaper to have someone on the other side of the world make those live calls than to have someone here in New Hampshire. Even if you're paying them the lowest possible wage, that's still 5 times as much as you would pay people in another country. But also,
The RSA is under the Consumer Protection Act.
yeah,
So it's triple damages.
yeah, and
But
also,
you got to prove harm.
Yeah.
You got to actually have harm. You got
yeah, it's possible somebody could be hosting the bot part of it because it's always a two-pronged approach. Or maybe you have a bot that does the digital prospecting call, and then if the bot hears what it's hoping to hear, then it passes you on to a live person. And the bots are getting to be pretty good, almost indistinguishable. Getting harder and harder to distinguish them from a real person. But
Representative Salvi.
Thank you for taking my call. Would you believe that by giving the identification requirement will stop this kind of calls?
repeat that. What was that?
Would you believe that by giving the identification requirements will stop this kind of marketing call?
Well, it would help because it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious what you do. Even when we're calling on our own campaigns, we have a number which turns up in the various caller ID databases, and if somebody tries to call the number back, they'll get you. Actually, that can be annoying when you're doing phone calls to that can be difficult sometimes. You're doing outgoing phone calls to voters, because sometimes you leave a message for somebody and they'll call you back, and they'll call you back while you're talking to the next person. And actually, the other thing is usually legitimate callers, if they're calling, will leave you a message, which these type of telemarketing calls I'm trying to deal with, like they never do, except maybe occasionally by accident, but they never do so deliberately. They don't want you to call them back, and they also don't want you to be able to block their number. Or
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Very quick.
oh, there's another
We're
question.
really getting behind here. You realize that. Is it really
No,
a question or
We got 43
you
seconds.
can be able to answer this as yes or no?
Sure.
Yeah, it will.
Yes or no
Yes or no,
answer.
yes.
Okay. What is the question?
So most of these calls are labeled as spam calls on the phone. So do you think that will solve the purpose?
It helps. Sometimes you have false positives. You get legitimate calls flagged as spam. So the telephone, like providers, like my cell phone provider, Verizon, they're well aware this is an incredibly huge irritation, and they're doing what they can. But they're just trying to make it easier for the consumers and the legitimate telephone providers.
Great. Thank you very much. I have one card left. Aubrey Freeman, who's in opposition to the bill. No? Oh, that's a different bill. Okay. Good. I have no other cards left on this bill. I will close the public hearing. Okay. Next up, House Bill 1614, restricting the use of coal tar-based sealant products containing levels of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. How did I do that? Did I do that well? Right. No, I will. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. Thank you for listening to my legislation today. My name is Allison Knabb. I represent Rockingham 12 over in Stratham. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are a family of toxic compounds found in high concentrations in coal tar-based sealants, which are used to fill cracks in resurfaced driveways, parking lots, and even playgrounds. Unfortunately, friction from vehicle tires abrades seal coat into small particles, where they become part of household dust and also can become part of stormwater runoff. PAHs are included on EPA's list of priority pollutants due to well-established human health impacts. These include links to cancers such as lung, skin, bladder, and respiratory. They can also cause reproductive and developmental issues. PAHs entering homes through household dust is particularly impactful to small children who spend time on the floor and put their hands and objects into their mouths. The EPA has classified 7 PAHs as probable human carcinogens and 16 PAHs as priority pollutants. PAHs also bioaccumulate and are toxic in aquatic ecosystems. Many studies have shown them to be either directly lethal to juvenile fish species or cause abnormalities to aquatic species. 14 states, as well as many municipalities around the country, have already passed some kind of legislation banning or limiting the concentration of PAHs in coal tar sealants. Austin, Texas first banned them more than 20 years ago. Maine fully prohibited the application of coal tar sealant products beginning in October 2024. Other states with bans include Virginia, New York, Minnesota, Maryland, etc. This past year, Canada banned the import and manufacturing of products containing coal tar or amounts of PAHs and fully ended sales of the products this past December. Retail stores such as Home Depot, Lowe's, and Ace Hardware stopped selling coal tar-based sealants many years ago, recognizing that these unsafe products opened them up to liability and that there were solid alternatives out there. And that's the good news in this situation. There are alternatives, cost-competitive alternative paving products based on asphalt and bitumen. In fact, in the western part of the United States, coal tar-based products are rarely used. Petroleum asphalt-based sealants are a readily available alternative to coal tar-based sealants. These sealants have significantly lower concentrations of PAHs and lower potential for contributing harmful material into the environment. It is also possible to use pavement options such as pervious concrete, permeable asphalt, and paver systems, which do not require any sealants. So in conclusion, I hope you will recognize the serious human health risks of these products and the damage they can cause to our lakes, rivers, and other water bodies, the fact that there are safer alternatives out there, and vote out to pass on this legislation. And I'm happy to take
So is this
any-
product actually available in New Hampshire?
I think it is available not in retail stores, but through just larger like wholesale distributors.
So, but you don't know if there's actually anybody actually has this product in New Hampshire. So-
I believe it is still used in New Hampshire, and I think there's other people that are going to testify that might better be able to answer that question.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, so I got here, it says I'm an expert on this topic, so we'll, Steve Greason. Yeah, to push the little button there. There you go. If the light goes red, that
Oh.
means go.
Oh, that makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense, but that's it.
Thank you very much. I live in West Newbury, Massachusetts, but my heart and life has always been in New Hampshire. I grew up here, and I can't. My wife works in Boston, but I love the state. I do a lot of fishing on the Ammonoosuc River, up where you're from. We have a house up in Dalton. Grew up in Bow, and went to Concord High School. And I'm an environmental scientist, and about in 2022, my company, Site Lab Corporation, won a grant with the US EPA and the Chesapeake Bay Trust to develop a national certification program to certify and test the PAH content in driveway sealers. And that came about because a lot of states, a lot of counties and cities over the last 10 to 15 years have started to, like New Hampshire wants to do here, starting to ban coal tar seal coats. But not just coal tar, but any kind of seal coat, parking lot sealant that has high PAHs. So there are other alternative contaminated type of seal coating products. ECR is the other one. So just to give you a perspective, most all coal tar parking lot seal coats, they're put on driveways and parking lots to increase improve the look and longevity of asphalt. So it's usually applied, it's always applied by usually professional contractors, and there's a number in the state in New Hampshire that are using coal tar. You can always tell if a parking lot is coal tar treated because it will smell like creosote, particularly on a warm day. The bucket brands you see at the hardware store, like Lowe's, or as Allison said, those are always asphalt-based products. They don't sell the coal tar products. But on the commercial side, which is like 99% of the seal coating in the country, is always done usually with coal tar. And that's just the way it's always been. So coal tar seal coats generally have a concentration of PAHs between 50,000 to 150,000 ppm, which is really, really high. The problem is that it washes off a parking lot over time after every rain event, or it gets swept up as dust, gets into the wetlands, gets into your house. It's just a really bad stuff, and it's just been never regulated before. About 5 to 10 years ago, all the big coal tar seal coating companies, Seal Masters, probably the biggest one, at least here in this state, started to sell high-performance asphalt-based seal coats. And the asphalt seal coats have no PAHs in them at all. So with the certification program that I did with US EPA, they came up with 2 concentration limits to meet these different state guidelines. There's the gold limit, which is 1,000 part per million, which is I really think what you should do here. And then there's a 10,000 ppm limit, which is what Maine does. And Maine only did 10,000 because they mimicked verbatim what New York State did. And New York State's bill started like a long time ago, long before this certification program came about. So by banning coal tar seal coats, it has absolutely no economic impact at all to anybody, any business in New Hampshire. So it's really a win-win. All the seal coating companies, contractors that are buying their product, their coal tar product, can now have the option of buying the asphalt product. And the asphalt product that Seal Master makes, or the big guys make, is a much higher quality than the bucket brands you find at Home Depot that people are putting on their driveways. It works just as well as the coal tar seal coat. So it would be great if New Hampshire and Massachusetts could ban this stuff. The Merrimack River is an urban river. You've got a huge task to clean up all the treatment plants from combined sewer overflows, which is a huge economic cost. But this has no cost, and it'd be a quick, easy fix. So PAHs are a group of 17 compounds, these EPA compounds. They're analyzed by certified laboratories. They do it all the time, you know. And if you were to contact somebody at New Hampshire DES, any kind of regulator or EPA, and ask them, hey, I want to put this stuff down at 10,000 ppm coal tar, they would look at you and say, well, that's way too high. That exceeds any of our regulations if it was a soil sample or a water sample. So I would like to, I posted something on your website yesterday afternoon with my testimony, but suggesting that you maybe change and improve the definition to include coal tar and high PAH pavement seal coats and, with 1,000 ppm limit and not a 10,000. That's all.
You just get that amendment to us next Tuesday, before next Tuesday? Right? You're saying that you have amendment? You're suggesting amendment?
Well, I am, but I'm not, I'm just brought in.
Yeah, well, I'm saying is that we're on a very tight line.
Okay.
So if there is an amendment, we need it on Tuesday.
Allison said she can work on that. I
Okay.
don't know if you can see her behind her post.
Okay, great.
Oh, she's back there.
All right,
All right.
never mind.
All right.
Someone else will do it. Okay. Any questions, Representative Spear?
Thank you. We received a bunch of stuff in the mail from the Pavement Coatings Technology Council.
Yeah.
And there's two things that they said that I'm wondering if you can respond to.
Sure.
One of them is that they said that in urban areas, the real result is tires breaking down as opposed to the pavement.
Yeah.
The other one that they said was that Austin had it for 17 years, non-PAH type, using asphalt, and there's been no benefit or reduction in cancer situations. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I know the PCTC. They are a pro-coal tar lobby group down in DC, and they've been beating up on this topic, especially with the USGS and the city of Austin for years. So they'll come into any state where a bill like this is presented and try to complain that, there's no harm in using coal tars. Their studies have shown that the data in sediments from Austin hasn't gone up or gone down. They're a lobby group that doesn't want to see stuff like this happen.
For the question,
Clarification.
Barb?
Does that mean that what they're saying is not true, or just has no data behind it, or just doesn't comply with what you know to be true?
Your last statement. To be safe, I don't want to get in trouble with them.
Okay.
But I'll give you an example. They hire Exponent Inc. They're a big scientific company to do their dirty work, and they're not showing the data that I have or my study has shown. They're taking other data and they're mixing it up with other stuff. Exponent was the same company that NFL hired to investigate Tom Brady's deflated footballs. So they're just, they're looking for these kind of angles that don't really exist. But it's good that they contacted you. It won't be the first time. Yeah.
Well, especially since they don't have anybody here testifying, that they just sent a
Yeah.
letter to us. So.
They left Maine alone. I don't know why, but they really hammered New York State. And they barely touched Canada. Canada's got a nationwide ban. I mean, that's the best. And it's 1,000 ppm. So, Canada borders New Hampshire. So all our neighbors are doing it.
You don't want them coming down here to buy the product.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you for taking my question. So when you
sorry,
said that there's no economic impact, are you saying that the costs are the same, or are you just saying that there are alternatives? Because I would assume that if you're a company that's installing these things, they're choosing coal tar for a reason. Is it because it's actually more affordable, or is it
No, the cost for, you look at Seal Master's price that they pay, or you would pay for a bucket of asphalt-based product is the same as the coal tar product. So it's not like their profits are going to be affected or anything like that. The only problem is that try to imagine if you're a business, you've been doing seal coatings for 40 years, okay? And now you're being told you can't use this particular product. There's going to be hesitation. They're going to complain, but they know because they're buying the stuff from the same company that makes the coal tar. They could just ask them, hey, I'm working in New Hampshire. I got to use your PAH-friendly material. And it's an easy switch for them to do. And this has happened, happened in Maine, it happened in New York, and it's just, they may say, oh, it doesn't perform as well, but these are high-performance products now, these asphalt products, not the cheap stuff you buy at Home Depot, for $20 a bucket. So these are, they have an option now of getting the clean stuff or the dirty stuff, and the cost is the same.
Any follow-up?
Good question.
Okay, so I know nothing about the industry, so that's why I'm just asking these
Nobody
probing
does.
questions.
Yeah.
So this high performance stuff you're saying is roughly the same price. It shouldn't impact them. Is it require different equipment to install it or
No,
to
no.
spread it or whatever?
It's used in the
So
same
it's
truck.
So it's just kind of inertia that's keeping these companies using it. They're comfortable with it, and they just haven't
Right.
changed the way they run their business.
Right. Which is understandable, right? I mean, if you've got something, you've been doing a parking lot for Staples or Market Basket for so many years, and it performs well, you want to you don't really want to have to change something because the government's telling you not to.
Sure.
But in this case, it's there. And same equipment, same trucks, same spray mechanism or squeegees or, and it has some health benefits too to their workers. They're not breathing in toxic fumes from the coal tar. The asphalt has no fumes at all. It's made of asphalt. There's no effect on the paving or asphalt companies like Audley or Pike Industries. It's not used on roads or highways, just parking lots and driveways and playgrounds, but mostly big commercial parking lots.
Thanks for your question.
Okay.
Can you just send us the data that you have of these hydrocarbons affecting our waterways and our wetlands? I couldn't find anything like data around it. I'm sure it's a real issue.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
you
I got
any data on it.
I got all kinds of data. You can look at this if you'd like.
Well, we're just saying, could you just email that to us?
Sure.
That'd
Yeah.
be great.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Chair will call on Melissa Palix from Conservation Law Foundation.
Good morning. Thank you. I think it's still morning. Thank you to Chairman Hunt and to the committee for taking a moment to hear my comments and support for this bill, HB 1614. My name is Melissa Paley. I am the Great Bay Piscataqua Waterkeeper. I work for the Conservation Law Foundation, which is a New England-wide environmental advocacy organization with a long-standing interest in New Hampshire. My role as waterkeeper in the Great Bay region is to advocate for programs and policies and permits that will improve the health of the rivers and the bays and coast in the 48 towns of New Hampshire that contribute to the Great Bay and out to the Piscataqua and the open ocean. And I will say, just by way of background, that communities, many of the communities in the Great Bay, first of all, I'm sure many of you know how beautiful the Seacoast region is. Our rivers and bays are one of the jewels of the state, but all is not well below the surface of the water in many cases. And that's largely driven by tremendous population growth that we've had over the past 50 years in the region and the conversion of land use from forests and fields to paved surfaces for homes and businesses and roads and parking lots, shopping malls, on and on. And those paved surfaces are really the conduit for all of the pollutants that we apply to the land. And that is a big source of the pollution that gets into our rivers and bays. The municipalities, many of our municipalities in the Great Bay region have been investing millions and millions of dollars to improve the quality of wastewater and stormwater to try to reduce the pollutant loads in our waterways. But by far the most effective thing we can do is prevent that stuff from getting onto the land in the first place. And that's why I see this bill as an easy way to prevent a really important and toxic class of chemicals from getting into our waterways, into the sediment, being taken up by the organisms, the fish, the critters that eat those fish and those insects. PAH is this class of compounds that you've been hearing about from Allison and from Steve, are very toxic to marine organisms. And they stay in the system, in the sediment, and they're very difficult to clean up. So if you take a look at New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services 303D list, every 2 years, the state agency puts out a list of impaired waterways, and many, especially of our urbanized rivers in the state of New Hampshire, are impaired because of PAHs. So this is it's a serious issue, especially in rivers like the Connecticut and the Cachiko River and in the Merrimack. So those are in many areas urbanized. Again, a lot of pavement, which is a conduit for the pollutants that are running off of our hardened surfaces. So I would say that, if we really want to sort of take the least cost way to try to reverse some of the toxic load in our waterways, banning a substance that's a known human carcinogen, it's a known aquatic toxin, it accumulates in the system, and the good news, of course, as Mr. Greason has outlined, is that there are cost-effective, readily available, easily substitutable alternatives to coal tar-based sealants for maintaining paved surfaces. I just want to underscore that this New Hampshire is not being asked to do anything that's particularly radical or new. There are more than 14 states and municipalities that have taken this action. I would concur with Mr. Greason that amending the language to limit the PAH concentration to 1,000 parts per million instead of 10,000 parts per million would prevent the possibility that a manufacturer might substitute compounds that are not based on coal tar, but still have elevated PAH levels in them. So that would be a more protective measure for our waterways. With all that, I would like to encourage you to adopt HB 1614, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. In looking at the bill, in section, actually line 21, exemptions. Now, if these new, asphalt type things, why would we even have an exemption? Why would somebody be able to say, I want to use coal tar? To me, if they're the same, there shouldn't be an exemption.
I'm very pleased that you raised that question of the exemptions, because I had the same question, and I think that some of the exemptions are quite wide open. Like if someone's doing research, I don't have the bill language in front of me, but I felt that the exemptions were kind of left an awful lot of room for, things that might, move in the wrong direction from where we're trying to get to with this problem.
Representative Sullivan.
You said that this is a problem in rivers like the Connecticut River. I think you did another one as well. In terms of these chemicals are sort of building up in those places. Is there a way you could share? I'd be curious to see sort of the evidence that you're citing. Like if you could maybe email the committee that data, it'd be helpful for you to look at.
I'd be happy to. The Department of Environmental Services publishes what's called under the Clean Water Act Section 303D list every 2 years, in which every water body in the state is categorized as either meeting or not meeting its designated uses and the kinds of impairments that are found in that waterway. And PAHs are an impairment in several of our region's waterways.
Okay, thank you.
303 apostrophe D. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one more card left, Andrea Lamoureux.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, the President and Policy Advocate of New Hampshire Lakes, and we are here in support of this bill. I am not an expert on PAHs, and you've heard from the experts. I don't want to repeat what's been said before.
Thank you.
But what I do know is that this is a preventable problem. These compounds are threatening our lakes, our 1,000 lakes throughout New Hampshire. This is preventable. What I do know is that lakes do not flush pollution quickly. So these PAHs are binding to sediments, they're accumulating over time and creating long-term contamination. These sediments are where aquatic organisms live, insects, where fish spawn, where amphibians develop. These PAHs can impair their growth, their reproduction, reduce biodiversity, degrade fish health, and really disrupt the aquatic food chain. I think we all know here how important clean and healthy lakes are to New Hampshire, to our economy, providing jobs to our way of life. And if the health of these lakes degrade, that is not good for any of us. So with that said, I think this is a practical solution to help protect our environment as a whole, as human health and our lakes, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, having no more cards, we'll close the public hearing. And
Circulate my written comments?
yes, please do. Clerk appreciates that. Okay, last but not least, House Bill 1265, prohibiting the construction of data centers in the state and establishing a committee to study the environmental impact of data centers. All right, good morning, Peter.
Good morning, John. How are you?
Great.
You ready for me?
Yep, oh yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. For the record, I'm Peter Schmidt, representing Dover Ward 1 for the past 24 years in the New Hampshire House. I'm pleased to be before you with this bill today. And this matter has been out there for some time now, but it first came to my attention in a specific way that I thought demanded some kind of response from me and potentially from the legislature when I read a newspaper article, I believe, that said that data centers at that point were producing about $40 billion worth of costs, and we're generating only about $20 billion worth of revenues. So obviously that's not a good business model to be costing 40 billion and resulting in 20 billion. But there are also many of the aspects in the document that I've handed out to you goes into a number of these aspects which are extremely serious. And so this bill of mine starts off, it might seem counterintuitive, but starts off with a ban on the construction of data centers in New Hampshire. The second part of the bill is for a study committee to look into this, because this is a very rapidly evolving industry as well, with a lot of changes. Some of them certainly are brought about by the number of very negative environmental aspects, which I'll go into a little bit, but also the fact that because of the negative revenue situation, which I began with, this is not a sustainable model for the future, because it's just bleeding money big time. But the reality is that these data centers are blossoming all over the country. I don't know. I don't believe we have one here in New Hampshire yet, and I don't think we should allow it to come to that until we have investigated it and studied the way the industry is developing nationwide. Because just some of the things which I think some of you have probably already read about or heard about, they are tremendous water hogs, for example, tremendous amounts of water needed for cooling. Well, that water, once it's been used in that capacity, comes out hot. Now, what are you going to do with that? When you're releasing it into the environment, you can clearly see that would immediately be a major problem for the surrounding area. And in a relatively small state like New Hampshire, we don't have, in large states like Arizona or Montana, they've got lots of area and not very many people. Now, we don't have a high population density in New Hampshire either, but we are, by comparison, tiny in terms of area compared with some of the large area states. So this is something we simply cannot allow environmentally to have a tremendous production of hot water that has to be handled. Even Seabrook, for example, which is doing that to some degree itself, but it has the ocean right next door, I mean, like 100 yards away. So you've got someplace you can put the hot water, even if it's not particularly environmentally sound to do so. So lots of hot water. There are tremendous power hogs. And they're draining and causing, more appropriately or more, to the point, they are causing a virtual doubling of electrical costs in the states where they are already being built. I only have one of them, but I will see if I can show you a diagram that shows what they are doing in the United States currently, and you can see it just without having more than a quick verbal reference here. So, this is a map of the United States, okay? Even from there, you can see that the blue dots all over the place are just enormously area intensive, okay? So, but the impact that they're having on electrical costs, for example, doubling electrical costs. This is not the kind of thing. We know that electrical demand is already rising in this country just from ordinary applications and demand by consumers such as ourselves. So to the degree that's going to, and we already are facing a nasty problem in New Hampshire with regard to high electrical costs that are clearly going up. So something that would cause a further doubling would be a disaster, to put it bluntly. To the degree that people say, well, they're going to produce a great increase in AI capability and so forth, but the question is whether we can afford that or not. So these are just some of the things that the piece that I've handed out to you will help you understand. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have right off the bat. Oops.
Okay. This is just a study committee now, right? Representative Sullivan?
Thank you. I'm just curious if you think the data centers we have, has there been any documented evidence or negative impacts from the ones that we have in New Hampshire? I researched that there's like 14 of them in New Hampshire, and I haven't heard any.
I'm not aware of that, but the one of the other pictures I have in some of the materials that either I'm already handing out to you or among the things I'm going to have duplicated because some of the stuff I just got this morning, and so I haven't had a chance to duplicate it for you, but I will provide it because you got to see this information. These data centers are huge. Anybody familiar with some of the size of them? I mean, they are like gigantic manufacturing capabilities, tremendous area demand. So,
I don't know. When I got this picture, I thought it was an ice.
well,
prison.
That's a nice, funny remark. But the reality is that's another problem I'm not going to address.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
But anyway, the thing is,
I think
these
you're all
are
set.
huge.
You answered the question. Yes. Okay. All right. So Representative Spear, then Representative Burrows, and then Representative McAleer.
In the beginning of the bill, you said that no person, business, or entity shall begin construction of a new data center. But the problems you're talking about regarding these data centers are for very large ones that need really elaborate cooling mechanisms and
Everything.
and large supplies of energy. We have
Absolutely.
3 of them. We have one in Manchester, one in Bedford, and one in Salem that's already out there.
Right.
But they're not as bad as the ones you're talking about. So should there be something in here that says, oh, you can have a data center as long as it's below a certain level and you supply your own electricity like solar?
Well, obviously, a smaller facility is going to have smaller impact in every respect that I've discussed up to this point. Okay, but also one of the aspects is in terms of there are obviously some construction costs involved, large or small, depends on the size of the facility. So there is some increase in employment in the construction of these data centers, but they are not big employers of people once they're operating. Very small employer. So the net negatives are so overwhelming in my view that we simply cannot open the door to these things without having a much more intensive look at the issues, because it is a changing industry. They are clearly recognizing the downsides, but noise, for example, I didn't speak to that yet. But they're also big noise producers. So if you're living, within half a mile, if you've ever been to Loudon, and not at the racetrack, but a mile away, you can hear that hum all over the place. And these places are also large noise makers. So all these negative aspects that I'm talking about are clearly recognized by the industry as something that is going to drive them out of business, especially if they're losing 2 to 1 in terms of revenues vis-a-vis costs. So I think we simply have to have, you may not want to go with the idea of an immediate ban or moratorium, but I think a study so that we absolutely know what we're looking at if we get into the kinds of things that the chair already referenced and held up.
Okay.
You already saw it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's
Okay.
on the cover of the.
Thank you for taking my
Representative
question.
Burrows.
Okay, here's my question, and I think this holds for a lot of committees that we put together in the House. Here, I think you're saying 3 House members and 1 senator, is that right?
That's what the bill calls for.
Okay, so my question is, do we not feel that we need municipal technical experts, somebody from DES or Public Utilities Commission to be
Well,
part of that?
Well, they would be clearly beneficial, but we have two options in the legislature. One of them is a legislative study, which has only senators and House members, and I've been in the House now, as I said, for 24 years. And the thing is, in the old days, we used to have 3 House members or 4 and 3 senators. The Senate always went from 3 to 1. You never got 2 or 3 senators. They just don't have the person power that the House does. So
Especially on election year.
What's that?
Election year. Election year. They didn't want to.
Well, they don't want to do it ordinarily. I mean, if you're going to do the job of the senator, it's a 24/7 job, and that's humanly impossible. So that's one of the reasons they cut it right back to 1. The other kind of a study option we have would be a commission, and then you can have as many people from outside as you want to.
And there's a third option. We
Having
interim study it, and we keep it in committee.
You could do that, but I do think that this is an issue it's on the horizon, right behind the Indians coming over the hill, so to speak.
Representative McAleer.
This is a,
No,
it's an
Peter-
old
Peter-
image, but I'm an old person.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for taking my question. In the
That's why I'm
beginning,
here, so you don't have to thank me.
in the beginning, you said that the negative revenue was like double the positive revenue. Where do these revenue numbers come from, or what are you actually talking about here?
Well, I said the article I read gave those numbers. So when I read those numbers, I said I have to do something. I don't know whether anybody else is going to file a bill, but when I saw 40 billion in costs and 20 billion in revenue, that's a recipe for going out of business quickly.
Now it
And-
should keep them from coming into the state at all.
Well, but the bottom line is that, Mr. Chairman, as you know, they are expanding all over the country. So we may have a
So
couple.
obviously that business model is not correct if they're expanding. So,
The point is that the lure of AI is overwhelming everything, right? We're seeing AI expanding everywhere, and data centers are part of that whole issue. So, but you can, you can dive off the cliff or fall out of the building, and the guy goes past the 50th floor and says, "So far, so good." Well, we are looking at a so far so good situation, except it's not so good because of all the downside issues that I've briefly raised, because I don't want to, I beat a dead horse in terms of the
Good. Thank you.
seriousness of the issue.
Thank you.
And you know it too, Mr. Chairman.
yes, I do. Okay. Representative Sally.
Thank you for taking my question. My question is, we have a need, a very large need of the data centers. We are geographically in a location where we are the coolest environment-wise. We have the summer maybe 3 to 4 months. So we have lots of advantage to set up a data center. I totally believe that we need to have the guardrails. We need to generate the energy which is non-gas. So this particular requirement is going to be there for next 2 to 5 years. If we lose on this opportunity by putting another way of putting some kind of a committee, we really need to work on how we can bring it and put the guardrails in place so that we can use this business opportunity more effectively. And that is what we need to think about, because
This is a question, or this is a would you believe?
Would you believe?
Thank you very
Oh,
much.
would you
Okay.
believe question? I would not believe that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Wendy Thomas, please. You hide behind that column, Wendy,
Since I haven't been silenced yet, the thing is,
Yeah, you're all set.
I
You're all
know,
done,
I
Pete.
know a number of you, but there got a lot of new people. This is a serious issue, so this committee, and fortunately, I have a chairman who's very experienced, been around twice as long as I have, if you can believe it. I would believe that. So I know you're going to recognize that this is an opportunity for us to get ahead of the curve a little bit.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay. You're on. Yeah. Well, I was worried when you came in earlier in the previous bill. I thought maybe
I
you were
know.
worried about coal tar too.
Well, no, I probably am. That's not on my bingo card right now, but I'm sure it will be. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack, and I'm here in support of this bill. I'm just going to read you a short statement, and then I'm going to talk about aspects of this. So I support this bill because it takes a prudent and responsible approach to tech infrastructure development in our state. By pausing new data center construction, and establishing a committee to study their environmental impacts, this bill ensures that we protect New Hampshire's natural resources, safeguard local communities, and make informed policy decisions based on thorough environmental analysis. Thoughtful study before expansion promotes both sustainable growth and long-term economic resilience. So let's talk about what this bill actually does. It sets up a committee to study the environmental impact of data centers. It doesn't define what the environmental impacts are. However, we know, as Representative Schmidt mentioned, water is an issue. And we're talking about these large centers. And in I sit on science, technology, and energy. We define it as a center that uses over 5 megawatts. So we're working. If you guys think you have data center bills, we have a ton of them. People are desperately trying to figure this out. Water, these Mongo sites, which can be over 100,000 square feet, use up to 5 million gallons of water a day. Now, in the last few years, New Hampshire's had a drought, a significant drought. That's going to be an issue. And we need, as Representative Schmidt pointed out, we need to put guardrails in front of the train before this comes to New Hampshire. Noise is an issue. If you look at this picture, these are huge buildings. Those are filled with computers. Computers run hot. And so the way they've been cooling them is with water, which is why you need the 5 million gallons of water, which then gets heated and discharged into the environment. But they also use fans, and that's where the hum comes from that everybody talks about with these data centers. And so I was at a conference, and a woman who, her son lives 1.5 miles away from one of these Mongo centers. She played me, she had a recording of the noise 1.5 miles away from this center. And she played it for me, and it sounded just like my white noise machine. It was. This guy cannot listen to his TV without having all of his windows shut. The noise is so loud. The noise also interferes with the environment. Just as an example, we know bats use sonar to find their food. If there's noise waves through the air, we're not going to have any bats. Welcome mosquitoes. So noise is an issue. These require acres upon acres to build upon. They're not going to buy prime land. They're going to buy cheaper land. Often that land has wetlands on it. And that's going to be a problem because we need our wetlands. They do we have ecological benefits from our wetlands. Wildlife is going to be disrupted because the noise, it's going to be, and also their habitat is going to be destroyed. And the human health impact of these, including emissions. We talked about carbon emissions. People are getting headaches, they're getting respiratory problems. So these are really significant impacts. And I could talk about the energy because that's what we talk about in our department. In my committee, I'm not going to do that. I could tell you that these huge buildings, once they're built, 100,000 square foot building uses 7 employees. So we're not getting tremendous jobs from these. I'm not sure we can stop data centers from coming into New Hampshire. We have the land, we don't have the population, but we can protect our environment and we can protect our residents by putting guardrails in. And I would suggest that a committee work with DES and come up with some kind of a checklist that can be used before these monstrosities come to New Hampshire. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Herbert.
Well, my question is, I agree with you, the issues, but we have a nuke that is on the,
Talking about Seabrook?
Seabrook.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a huge power creator. And I'm not sure how
What is your question?
Where are you going with this?
I would say if you want to overcome the problem with the amount of energy, there is a system you should look at. And also wind power, things like over the ocean. These
You
things.
believe?
Would
Yeah,
you
yeah.
believe? I agree with what they are. He's talking about the problem. definitely is a problem, but I'm just wondering if that's the way we
Okay.
need to try.
Just to quickly, because I know this is not energy, but just to quickly address your question, the nuclear output is finite. We can't just generate, extra nuclear energy, and we share it with our regional grid, which is ISO New England. So we can't just siphon off electricity, nuclear electricity, and send it to one industry or one business. As far as wind, we've banned offshore wind in New Hampshire.
All right, okay, we're all set. Representative Teresa.
Explain your question. So far, whatever presentation you had given and previously also focuses more about establishing a committee to study.
Right.
That is the focus. However, the bill itself says prohibits the construction of data center in New Hampshire and establishing a committee. So does this bill intend to just have a committee to study it, or does the bill wants to prohibit the data center altogether?
I believe the intent of the bill is to pause construction of these facilities until we can establish environmental impact studies.
So just so you know, the way this bill is written is that it goes into chapter law, so it actually does not go into our RSA statutes. So that's why if you look at it, it doesn't say RSA something with a ban.
Thank you.
But chapter law has the force of law. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Chair will call on Aubrey Freeman, who is in opposition to the bill.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman. I live in Bridgewater. I speak in opposition to the bill. First of all, the definition of a data center to me seems a little bit vague right from the beginning. And when it also says a large group of network computer servers and large amounts of data, what is large is not even defined. I mean, it might even be a person in their home have a few servers or something. Maybe that's large. So that's the first problem there, is rather vague on definitions. Secondly, as was mentioned, I found that we have 10 data centers here in New Hampshire in the bigger cities and towns, and they're small, they're not big ones. And as was already mentioned, we've got some here, what specific harm has been caused? Yes, I know there's concerns. You can find a million articles out there about data centers and all the different pollution and noise and electricity and all that. There's plenty, but the ones we've got are the communities making a big issue about what specific harm has been. Concerns is understanding, but actual harm I don't see. And I don't think anybody's complaining about the tax revenue that even those small data centers bring to the towns around them to reduce the property tax burden, which is a big complaint. So I don't think anybody's complaining about that. Now, I will address the electricity usage issue, because that's one of the biggest things. And we should consider that the governor signed the bill last year allowing for off-grid energy generation. So this is, if a data center is going to do that, then that kind of would take care of that issue. And there's also renewable. And so I'm just thinking, this is not a good idea. To me, it sounds like a moratorium for like a year. And that's, studying it is one thing, but an actual moratorium, and I'm kind of a Luddite myself. I don't like new technology. Is bad. But the world is moving on, and things are getting better for technology. They're going to figure out better ways to do these things, and to have an outright blanket on you can't build any more until we've studied it is not a good. I'd rather keep the future open for allowing things to get better and solve some of the issues. And by the way, on the like the noise pollution, that to me is something that towns already have not all towns, but many towns have rules and laws about that already. And I'm not big on zoning, but that would be a legitimate thing that, that residents, before they put in a new one, could, or enforce that actually about noise. So I just want to keep the future open, and I think a blanket saying we can't do this until for at least a year, we keep the future open. That's what I would say, and not close things off. Things will get better, and these problems will fix themselves. And I'm just not a Chicken Little type of person that it's going to be such a disaster. As I say, we already have 10 here anyway. And that's it. That's why I don't think this bill is a good idea. But studying it would be okay.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, thank you. I got two more cards left. Kennard Solon, who's in support of the bill.
Good morning. My name is Kennard Solden, and I live in Londonderry, New Hampshire. And I'm a retiree. My career, I worked in instrumentation and controls. I was a product manager for GE. I support this bill because, to quote the great basketball coach, John Wooden, one of the winningest basketball coaches, John Wooden said that those who fail to plan are planning to fail. So what the intention of this bill, in my estimation, is it's a means of planning for these data centers. And the term data center is a bit vague. What we're really talking about large consumers of both water and electricity. So when I thought about this problem, last year there was a bill for crypto mining, and crypto mining is very similar. It's a facility that houses banks of computers, and these facilities can be the size of football fields when we consider the pads needed to bring power and water in. There's also the transmission cost. So if we look at it from this as a schematic, a power plant, and in New Hampshire, most of our power is generated from natural gas. In the winter season, the price of gas goes up. It's a commodity, and electricity is also a valued commodity. The unit of measure is kilowatt hours. In gas, it's the volume, but also assigned to a calorific or heat value called therms that are in the gas. So just as an estimate, you can use 7,000. It takes 7,000 cubic feet because each cubic foot of gas has approximately 1,013, or it varies, of BTU, and BTU is the common unit. So to make it short, what you'd have to have, and this footprint of 220 megawatts is a typical facility. We've already seen these facilities installed, especially in Virginia. Virginia is sort of like the Silicon Valley of data centers. It probably has to do with the large government installations, like we have the Pentagon in Virginia, and we used to, outside the Beltway, so to speak. So you would need a power plant. Now, how that power is generated in New Hampshire, we do have nuclear, but as I said, about 50% of our power is from natural gas. So to support these data centers, we would need a huge volume of natural gas, and we would need the infrastructure to deliver it to the power plant. And then you need the transmission lines to connect the power plant to the facility. Now, one proposal is that you build this all together in an integrated unit. And in fact, maybe you even put the data center underground and build a golf course or something like that on top of it. But we're talking a huge investment. So a study group could look at the economics of this. You'd probably want to have an economist or on that to look at the economics of building these out. But fundamentally, my question, and it's rhetorical, is what is the benefit to the people of New Hampshire to put these facilities in? One of the previous speakers said that, these facilities might hire, or in the operation of it, there might be 7 or 8 people. What these facilities do is they process ones and zeros. That's all they fundamentally do. That's what digital does. And it does it in a huge, huge volume. So the commodity here is electricity, which at this time, if we look at our ISO New England figures, right now we're running one of the highest costs in the history of New Hampshire, obviously because of the weather. When the price of gas goes up as a commodity, the price of electricity goes up. So in order to support this industry, we would have to have some other means of bringing in perhaps renewable energy, solar or wind or other methods, but we also have to consider the CapEx, the capital expenditure to build these plants. I used to work for GE. One of my friends there said, I asked him, hey, if I ordered a gas turbine combined cycle frame H today, how long would it take to deliver it? And it's about a 3-year lead time, just to get the engine. Then you have to build all the infrastructure around it. So if we look at this schematic, we can see that a 220 megawatt facility would consume about 3 million gallons a day. That's the same amount of water that 10,000 homes would consume. So putting in a 220 megawatt data center would be like building 10,000 homes with respect to water usage and 20,000 homes with respect to electricity usage. So I'm for.
Can you kind of wrap it up? Because you said you wanted 3 minutes, but you kind of gone
Yes,
over.
I'll conclude. So in conclusion, I feel that this is a good bill to start the impetus to study this and to plan for the installation of these data facilities.
Great, fair enough. Representative
Question.
Teresa has a question.
Quick question. So the person who testified before you, he mentioned that data center that we have right now, they mostly use their own power without jeopardizing the grid. That was his statement. Would you agree to that?
If they're generating their own power,
Without jeopardizing the grid for the people to use.
so then they're not
That was his
connected to
statement.
ISO New England or any of the utilities, and they have. their
Why
own-
would they want to when they pay the highest electric rates in the country?
Yes, but there's a cost in New Hampshire. If you build a power plant, you're still putting emissions into our air. You're still using water. So, and there is a cost with respect to that in terms of what is the effect on my electrical bill. My electrical bill went up 9% year on year. What's to protect the consumers? Because these users are, in every case where these large data centers went in, like in Virginia, the ratepayers' electrical bills went up.
Okay, thank you very much. Got one card left, DJ Burke from the BIA, who is in opposition to the bill.
I think I'm the first to be able to say good afternoon, Chairman.
It's
Members of the
unfortunate,
committee.
yes.
My name is DJ Burke. I'm here on behalf of the Business and Industry Association, New Hampshire's Chamber of Commerce and Manufacturing Association. I'll try to keep my comments extremely brief, considering the time. One of our main concerns with BIA is here in opposition to 1265. As was approached by one of the previous speakers, the definitions included in this bill are one of our concerns here. I'll just read it to you quickly. Data center means a facility consisting of a large group of networked computers used for remote storage, et cetera, distributing large amounts of data. The use of large, we think, is very broad, and it's one of the problems here.
It's really
where
big.
Your definition and my definition might be a little bit different. So it is a subjective terminology here, and we feel that it would affect more than just, we've talked about intent a number of times, a number of the speakers today. And the intent of this bill and of the application of this bill are likely to diverge, we feel. It's unclear if, for example, email hosting that would constitute a large amount of data usage for any of us individually, but not for a business application. What this captures is much more broad than simply the large data centers that we've been talking about today. As has been noted, and I thank the representative for mentioning it, we do have data centers in this state, but probably not what we are thinking of when we think of a large data center. We haven't seen a huge movement towards large data centers moving to this state as of yet. And so for that reason, it's likely that who will actually bear the brunt of this burden by this bill and the prohibition that is included is the smaller companies that would fall within the definition, whether or not they're a large data center. We recognize some of the concerns that have been approached today, especially in regard to energy usage. The BIA has been a proponent of a number of different energy solutions. We don't feel that artificial demand suppression in this way is the proper course of action. And I'd just like to point out some of the concerns around noise pollution and water usage. Some of the newer technologies that have been introduced more recently do address these concerns. And it's one of the all new technology improves, and this is an area which is likely to see improvement. On my final point would be the message that this sends to the broader business community in the state. New Hampshire makes its name on being a business-friendly state. It's what separates us from states nationally, as well as our competition here in New England. And we think it's potentially the wrong message to send, picking and choosing businesses in this way. It sends a message not just to the tech sector, but to the businesses that are already here in other sectors, as well as those looking to potentially move to the state, of how we feel about businesses coming here. So that is all I have to say. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take any. All set.
Seeing none? Thank you. We'll close the
Hope I
public
stayed under
hearing.
3. Sorry.
12:65. So Anita, what is your schedule in terms of? Yeah. Okay. So just so everybody know, we have to revisit House Bill 1444, which was relative to drones, because it turns out that it needed to be fixed. I guess in terms of, I was hoping that at some point in time we find a little window of time, but maybe we should just do it now and get it done with. We don't want to take a 2-hour lunch break.
Let's get it done.
Okay.
Let's get it done.
Okay. So do you have the voting sheets for these? Yes. So we want. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So these are all numbered. See, that one has a number on it. Yeah, exactly. So what we need blank ones. Do you have any blank ones? Did she give you any ones? Okay. All right, so if it's numeric order, go 14. What is that, 44? We'll do it as soon as we get back from lunch, okay? So what we're doing is going to take up 1444, which was the drone bill, and which one had in it, because we shortened the bill, made it just federal regulation. So it had a reference to section 4, which was actually deleted from the bill. So it just takes all the RSAs and makes them RSA B3 rather than B4. So it just. Administrative. Yeah. So we'll do it first thing when we get back. So everybody try to aim to be back here around lunch. Okay.
Yeah, because the service at Tandy's was like way down.
No, now it's nobody's there.
Yeah.
It's great service. It's great service right now because nobody's there.
No.
No
And
customers.
that's why we didn't go today.
All right, so we're gonna do 14. I just gotta get the voting sheets. So we're getting those, but, so let's just go, let's get it right into 1174 right now. And do I have a card for 1174?
Anybody here? Wendy's here.
Wendy, did you fill out a card for 1174? Hello?
We were talking too, so. Didn't we address this subject last year or year before?
You kind
We did, because NAMI was here.
and the state liquor store, see.
No, we're gonna do the other one first.
Okay.
You're doing a different
All right. Nice boots. No, not yet, because we haven't got. There we go. There we go. That's it. We're doing that now because I don't have the voting sheets. Okay. No, I don't have the voting sheets yet. Okay. All right. We'll open up. Yeah, don't go run away. Representative Thomas, who's in support of the bill.
Yes, and for the record, I believe this is my last bill in front of this committee. It's been a pleasure. And I appreciated the little pastries that were here this morning. We don't have those in our committee. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. So today I bring before you a bill, House Bill 1174, because it helps inform the public about important health risks associated with alcohol consumption. This bill would require all establishments in New Hampshire that sell or serve alcohol, including restaurants, bars, liquor stores, grocery stores, and state liquor outlets, to post clear, visible signage warning that drinking alcohol beverages may increase the risk of cancer and can lead to birth defects if consumed during pregnancy. By increasing awareness of these scientifically documented health risks, HB 1174 empowers consumers to make better informed choices and promotes public health. So what does this bill do? It requires on-premise and off-premises liquor licensees and state liquor stores to display a health warning sign about alcohol's potential to increase cancer risk and cause birth defects if consumed during pregnancy. It specifies that the warning must be visible and prominently posted within the establishment, and the warning would reference guidance from the U.S. Surgeon General about these health risks. So, what are these health risks? The scientific findings, and I'm going to refer to IARC. I don't know if it's called IARC or just IARC, but they have a monograph volume number 96. It reviews hundreds of epidemiological studies and has found a causal link between alcohol consumption and several cancers, including breast, colorectal, liver, esophageal, oral cavity and pharynx, and larynx. If you think about it, when you ingest alcohol, it goes through your mouth, it goes through your digestive system, and all of those parts of your digestive system seem to be affected by alcohol. The liver does the cleanup of the alcohol that gets into your blood, and so that's how it gets affected. The Global Burden of Disease, GBD studies, these large-scale analysis confirm that no level of alcohol consumption is risk-free when it comes to cancer. And then the National Cancer Institute and the U.S. Surgeon General, both agencies explicitly state that alcohol increases cancer risk and that this risk rises with increased consumption. But even light drinking increases breast cancer risk. the state of Alaska has become the first state to pass a law that specifically requires bars, liquor stores, and other alcohol retailers to post warning signs stating that alcohol consumption can cause cancer. That went into effect August 1st, 2025. And then this is also covered under California's Proposition 65, where they are required to post warnings about exposure to chemicals known to the state to cause cancer or reproductive harm, and this includes alcohol-related warnings where applicable. So this bill would require a notice, a visible notice, much like if you go into a Japanese restaurant and that serves sushi that says raw or undercooked food can be hazardous to your health. So we have precedent for warning the public about these. I'll take questions. I know you're itching right there.
Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Thomas.
Yes.
Right now, in our state liquor stores, they have these visuals on the big screens running about the risks of from drinking alcoholic beverages. How is this different from what they're doing right now?
Thank you for the question. I believe those risks include that you shouldn't drink alcohol while pregnant, but there's nothing about cancer that I'm aware of in those warnings.
Thank you.
Yeah, the warnings are more about the addiction.
And okay.
And they promote 988.
Yeah. And this is not, I'm not trying to prohibit alcohol. I'm not trying to ban alcohol. I enjoy a cold beer just as much as anybody else does. But every time I think about it now, I judge whether the risk is worth drinking that cold beer on a hot afternoon.
Okay, so just to make sure everybody's clear, there is a statute, it's already on the books, that all on and off premise licensees, including the state liquor stores, have a sign that talks about the risk of during pregnancy. And you want to just add in, you want us to rip those signs down and put up new ones?
No, I want you to take a Sharpie and add that it could also promote or create cancer.
And say, and don't forget that, by the way, that alcohol increases your risk for cancer.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Okay. So, Mike Summers, who is on-premise licensees.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Mike Summers with the Lodging and Restaurant Association. Surprise, surprise, we're sort of opposed to this. No, you're shocked. As I count today, I think within any restaurant or hotel establishment, we have something like 17 or 18 required postings that we have to have in our establishments right now. At some point, this feels a little bit like wallpapering our businesses, which I'm not sure that's constructive, to be perfectly honest. Frankly, our businesses right now are not doing as well as we would like, and frankly, we would see this as a way that may dissuade folks from coming into our establishments and enjoying what we have to offer. Certainly appreciate the intent of this bill, but I think frankly, if they're going to make this change, it probably should be a Surgeon General update rather than something that is done on the backs of small businesses in New Hampshire. I'd also suggest that frankly, nobody reads signs anymore anyway. It would probably be better to do a social media campaign. You'd reach a lot more people, especially the younger folks. So, and then obviously the cost concern from us is, how are we getting these poster updates, right? I know it was mentioned with Sharpie, but I don't think any business is going to do that, frankly. It's going to be a requirement. Somebody's got to print these posters and then get them to us or whatever it is. And I don't necessarily want that to be our business owners paying for those posters. And then I would also, in closing, like to mention that I think an identical bill to this was just killed in the Senate, if that's of any help to this committee. So with that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Well, I have to admit that it is kind of a marvel that now we get our DRA permits, licenses. we get it on the internet now. They send it to us and we're just supposed to print it out.
Correct.
And post it. And I know that the Liquor Commission does the same thing. I was in an establishment and I was looking at their liquor committee. It was right on the bar. And it was expired 2 years ago. And I said, maybe you should be updating that one.
Yeah, that's the age one with the 21.
No, this was the liquor license.
The
I
actual
didn't know that-
license?
I didn't know that
That's
you
concerning,
actually
yeah.
had to
Yes.
had to post that. So there is a point that there are so many of these things that nobody's paying any real
Correct.
attention.
Nobody reads them anyway, right? So,
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
thank you much.
Do I have anybody else who would like to testify on 1174? I see you're not hiding, so Mark.
The card in.
Good, thank you.
For the record, Mark Armaganian, Director of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. With me today is Deputy Director Danielle Elston of the same entity. I appreciate all that is being said here today from Mike, from the representative, Representative Patusik, your input. All of it is pertinent. Right now, we're looking at this as being a financial burden. All the signs for all of our licensees that have to be reprinted. I know we were being facetious, but we're talking about professional businesses that if they were going to put signage up, probably have to have signage that coexists with what they have for what they're presenting to their customers. With that in mind, we're looking at a dollar amount of somewhere in the area of $10,000. That would, as Mike has stated, that will coexist with the rest of the signage that we do have in our vestibules in 65 stores, but throughout the other almost 10,000 licensees, 12 to 1,300 of them are out of state, direct shippers. So we wouldn't probably have to worry about them, but more so we would have to worry about the rest of them. I'm open for questions. It's pretty basic from our standpoint.
Representative Sullivan?
So so right now you have certain things that are on your website and a restaurant is required to either print it or whatever and post it somewhere. So that would just you just add like a line or whatever it is that's requires that. That would be the change?
So thank you for your question, Representative. So I'm glad that you know the website. That makes me feel really good. The signage is on the website. This would be I don't know. I don't have what the pricing would be to actually change what we have existing on the website for graphic design. I'm sure there's a price that coincides with that, not as great as the price that I just gave you, but there would be a setup fee. If there's a setup fee to something that is physical for you, there's going to be a graphic design fee for something that is electronic. So I don't have that. I can get you a number on that.
Well, how about a little skull and crossbones?
Can I follow up?
Further question.
So what is the $10,000 for? I guess I didn't follow that.
So all those signs have to be reprinted.
So
We currently have a statute that says about pregnancy, so
Right.
birth defects.
So you can just print it. You're saying for the liquor stores it
Physically
would cost
print it.
$10,000. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, but for like a establishment, a bar, they could just go up to whatever's the template is on your website, print it out, put it in a frame, and put it on the wall.
If nothing is in the proposed bill to say how that is gathered, yes, they can do it that way.
Thanks.
Contrasting background. That's the key phrase. It has to be on a contrasting background, so it doesn't just blend in. Yes, Representative Spear.
I thought I saw a warning on the bottle itself, on a label that warned about cancer. Is that something that I did see, or am I making that up?
You could have saw that. I think you have beverages have that warning on them for pregnancy. But that is I don't see that as a statutory mandate. It's more of a choice by the manufacturers.
Usually when I go in the liquor store, I want to look for the wine poster to see what wine is on sale that month, but this is having to update the signs, and it is what it is. Okay.
Would this be enforced, or how would it be enforced, or just as you're visiting businesses?
It easily can be. We enforce that on a daily basis with our inspections. So signage is actually part of that, and I think it's in the.
It's on the checklist for certainly on and off premise licensees,
Thank you for
not
your
so much for the liquor store itself. Yes.
Do you have any sign currently that could say that drinking alcohol or consumption of alcohol can have a bad health effect or injurious to health, something like that?
So there's, thank you for your question, Representative. So there is signage on pregnancy, warning signs
Correct.
for that. There are warning signs for mental health that we dealt with last session that are on all of our monitors electronically.
I mean, more generic.
I don't know of any signage that specifically hits the subject matter that the representative is speaking about.
Not particular cancer, but generically saying that.
Further question, you may
Further question,
inquire.
yeah. Yeah, like hazardous to health. Or,
Why don't you go to the liquor store and check it out?
No, I didn't see that. So, like for cigarette smoking, it is there, always there. It's injurious to health.
Okay.
Like
I
cigarettes
don't
have
think there's
that.
anything generally, but there is specific
So if we,
signage.
so would you believe, and further question, would you believe that if you just make a sign saying that consumption of alcohol could be injurious to health, same like smoking has those signs, then the representative question about concern about cancer, tomorrow it can be for liver or something else. All the health hazards can be covered by just one sign rather than changing to cancer, changing to some other things down the line. Would you believe that?
I would believe that it would probably be extra signage because the other signage is actually, for lack of a better term, landlocked by statute. So we would be adding,
Right.
instead
Well,
of saying
I think what he's
one general-
proposing is
one general
that we
sign.
would, that if we're going to make you print new signs, that we would take this statute where you have the pregnancy and we would replace it with, by the way, drinking alcohol is just really bad for you. Interest to your health. And so
Yeah.
therefore we wouldn't have to have another one of these bills because we've already stated the obvious.
Similar like smoking has currently. I mean, every cigarette pack will
totally
say
understand.
cigarette
Yeah.
smoking is injurious to health.
Yeah, I totally understand.
Would you believe?
You believe, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do put in a card. I have no more no more cards. What? What?
Just want to make it very clear for the record, when I suggested you use a Sharpie, that was a joke.
I did know that.
Okay, I want to make it very clear.
I
for
was
the
very
record.
clear that you were just pulling our legs. Okay, I will close the public hearing on 1174. All right. Do we want? Let's just do this bill and get it out of the way. Okay. So we're going to go into executive session, and Representative Spear, second by Representative Hunt, moves that we want to reconsider our action.
Spear?
Yep.
Hunt?
So, okay, I'll explain it to you in a moment. Reconsider our action on House Bill 1444. Okay. House Bill 1444 had a technical problem in terms of the way the amendment that we voted on, so we need to vote on a new amendment. And basically, all it does is change RSA 162 V4 to V3. Okay, and I'm passing out the amendment, but all those in favor of reconsideration, please raise your hand. Okay. Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. So,
So we do it as the amendment?
yes, we have to do the amendment first. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're about to do it. Representative Spears, second by Representative Hunt, moves amendment number 0558. H, technically. Okay? And I know it's passing around, but 0558, you'll see that you'll see a couple in like in line 12, 13 says V3, 15 says V3. If you looked at and then 20 V3, if you looked at the amendment, the V3 was actually there. That, on line 20, that was there. But those references right there said V4, which was done away with our amendment. So it's just a slight correction. Normally it could have been taken up in enrolled bills, but because we still had the possession of the bill, we thought was better part of valor, we would just get it corrected before it leaves the committee. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on ought to pass on amendment number 0558. Eight H.
Motion is ought to pass.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne is not here. Representative Ammon is not here. The clerk is here. Representative Purcelli. Yes. Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Thaxton is not here. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Where I am. Representative Prisa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear. Yes. Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Charaza.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Representative Butler is not here. And
Yes.
John Hunt.
Okay, motion carries 14 to vote. 0. Representative Spears, second by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll
On this one?
on ought to pass as amended.
Okay. Representative Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne is not here. Representative Ammon is not here. The clerk says yes. Representative Purcelli. Yes. Representative Walsh. Yes. Representative Thaxton is not here. Representative Miles. Yes. Representative Prisa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear. Yes. Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Charaza.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Representative Butler is not here. Representative Hunt.
Yes. Zip, the motion is passed at 14 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, moved unanimously. All right, thank you very much. All right, next up is 1315, relative to the sale of tobacco products, e-cigarettes, devices, e-liquids, or alternative nicotine products. And
You're the sponsor.
oh, this is my bill? Okay, so we got liquor enforcement to explain what I'm sponsoring.
Good afternoon, Danielle Elson, Deputy Chief, New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement. This is actually a cleanup bill for us. 2 years ago, when we added alternative nicotine products to the tobacco statutes for regulation, this section was inadvertently removed from 126K6. It was never the intent to have it removed. It was a clerical error in the amendment that inadvertently removed the penalties. We believe that there should be some penalties for youth access for the person under the age of 21 who is purchasing the tobacco products. In this case, it replaces the penalties for a maximum of a $100 fine or up to 20 hours of community service. Some of the impact of this being removed that has occurred in the last 2 years is possession of tobacco products for a first offense is a violation level offense, which carries up to a $1,200 fine that has been imposed on people under the age of 21 for possession of tobacco products since this was removed. So we're just asking to replace what has been removed, to keep it in there. It was always the intent to have it in there and not take it out.
All right, so it was accidentally deleted from the statute, but this language is not new to being in our laws.
Correct.
Any other questions from the committee members? Guess we're all set. Thank you. We'll take that card. Nancy, you're opposed to the bill? But you got to turn it on. Red is good.
Oh, red is good.
Red
Okay.
is live.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You'd think I would get that by now, but actually, I do have testimony, but I'll hand it out after I state my case. For the record, I am Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. I'm getting over a cold. Sorry about the sound of my voice. But we are here opposed. We did imagine that this was an unintentional removal of the fine on young people. But we have come before you before, I think at the same year as that the bill that led to that in opposition to penalties on young people. So I'm just going to lay out why we do not believe that this is a policy that deters young people from starting or continuing to use tobacco products, and then provide some alternatives. But again, tobacco is an addictive product. The nicotine in it is what makes it addictive. So it's cigarettes, it's also vape products, other tobacco products that contain nicotine. That would all be things that should not be sold to people under the age of 21. So the reason why we do not believe that this is a policy that works, because it's basically just punishing people for as opposed to getting them the help that they need for a tobacco addiction. There's a stigma and harm to vulnerable populations with this policy, perhaps not happening here exactly in New Hampshire, but across the country, and therefore the possibility is there for it to occur here, where kids who are from mostly from low-income neighborhoods where tobacco retail marketing is at the highest. So these would be areas with a lot of tobacco retailers. And on the outside of all those shops, there is advertising and marketing of their products. Sometimes these are actually located in areas where there are schools, so kids are walking right by it. And just to point out that in New Hampshire, approximately $96 million per year is being spent by the industry on advertising. And then my main point is that this distracts from policies that we would like to see put in place in New Hampshire and maintained in New Hampshire, which is restoring the funding for the tobacco program. Last year, the legislature took the position that we were done with tobacco in New Hampshire as a problem, that we did not need to work to get cessation services for people who were addicted to tobacco, and we didn't need to worry about young people starting tobacco. Just to point out, again, that 96 million for marketing, there's only $600,000 a year that the tobacco program needed to carry out its work at the time. We would love to see more funding for programs in states. We still have 9% of adults who are smokers, and we are also at 16.7% of young people who are using e-cigarettes. And this was a usage rate that became established while these penalties were in place. So therefore, penalizing youth does not stop them from taking up the habit. So the other policies would be raising the price of tobacco with tobacco excise taxes, and increasing enforcement efforts on retailers to not be selling these products to people who are under the age of 21. So more funding for compliance checks so that we can see annual compliance checks on all tobacco retailers on an annual basis. So again, in my written testimony, you'll find the costs to the state of New Hampshire for tobacco. And just to mention one in particular, healthcare costs that New Hampshire is paying for, $847 million per year in healthcare costs caused by tobacco use. And of that, 149.7 million is being borne by the Medicaid program. So again, my ask is that you maintain the current statute where we don't have penalties on youth, and perhaps look at these other opportunities where we can get help to young people, and not pass this bill. So, and I would be very happy to work with anyone in the legislature on policies that we feel will be productive in keeping kids from using tobacco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Burrows.
I just thank you for taking my question. Just a quick question. Is there any data that shows that, like, when you raise the tax or the cost, that the usage goes down for people under 21?
Yes. In New Hampshire, again, we don't have much data because we haven't raised the cost of tobacco through excise taxes. But in other states that have by meaningful amounts, so we're talking about $1 a pack increase, is where we do see less young people using. So for every 10% increase, it's about a 3 to 4% decrease in youth uptick of tobacco.
Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you very much for taking my testimony.
Very welcome. Okay. I don't think I have any more cards. Anybody else would like to testify on this bill? Okay, seeing none. We'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1315. And next up, what are we doing for time? Oh my God, we're ahead of time. Okay, 38.
I know exactly.
We're doing 1315? 1332.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1532. I would say to you, Representative Wade, yeah, we are running ahead of schedule here, so, if there's a problem or you have anybody who is not here on time, just please let us know.
Gotcha. I think there's some more folks planning to testify on the next bill, but I think it's okay for this one.
Okay, great.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Representative Alice Wade, here representing my constituents in Stratford 15, Dover Ward 2, and I'm here today to introduce HB 1532. So the goal of this legislation is effectively to prevent vape products from leaching heavy metals into the vapor, which can cause pretty serious side effects for users, similar to the harmful effects of cigarettes and other tobacco products. So for a little bit of background, when a vape device dry hits, that's basically what it's called when there's too little liquid in the vape left, and therefore the heating coil ends up raising the temperature significantly, up to around like 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And that heating is done with a metal coil inside the device, is how it heats up the liquid. And that metal coil, when it heats up too much, it can end up leaching that metal into the actual vapor itself. And so that is what ends up causing a lot of the serious side effects from vaping. And plenty of studies have documented dangerous levels of toxic metals in vape aerosol, specifically when devices overheat. The problem is that not many vape products have safety features to prevent that sort of overheating, like a way to detect when the temperature gets too hot and shut itself off, or detect when the liquid is running too low. If the device malfunctions, there's nothing really stopping it from continuing that runaway overheating process, and that's effectively what I'm trying to address here. My initial idea with this bill was to essentially not regulate the specifics of those requirements within statute. It's something that I think, these products are continuously changing. It's a growing industry, and I think it would make sense for that to be done through the rulemaking process rather than here in the legislature having to go in and update it every single time something changes. I did actually just speak to somebody from the Commissioner's Office for DHHS, and they informed me that they might not be the specific body that would make sense to tackle this specific regulation. And so an amendment might be needed to change it to something potentially like the Consumer Protection Bureau or another body that is more applicable to this. Other states and countries have already started to address this issue. For example, the EU has instituted some temperature limits and safety requirements. The goal is not to affect the functionality of these devices. It's just to basically maintain the functionality, but prevent people from getting burned from it overheating and prevent those heavy metals from leaching into the devices. So that is how this bill came about, is basically, I'm sure plenty of you have seen those advertisements about the dangers of vaping, some of which we didn't know when they first came onto the scene and were presented as a safer alternative to cigarettes. In some ways they are, and in some ways they add additional risks like overheating that cigarettes do not have. And so the goal is not to get rid of vaping products altogether. It's to institute these sort of basic safety features just to make sure that people aren't getting harmed as much when using these devices. That's about it for my testimony. Sorry, I've been running around from here in the State House all day, so happy to take any questions, though.
Representative Patusek has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Not that you're technical or not technical. Defining the maximum temperature of a vape heating coil. How do we know what this temperature is?
So that's why I wanted to do this through the rulemaking process and not specifically state that requirement. There have been studies basically showing, here is the temperature at which it starts to leach heavy metals into the vapor. And also part of that depends on the type of metal used for that heating coil. Some heating coils are used with cheaper materials that might be more likely to leach into the liquid, whereas some can withstand higher temperatures. I think that that would be up to whatever regulating body would be defining those characteristics, not here in the legislature, because I feel like those requirements could change over time.
Right,
Thank
but
you.
I don't think we have any regulatory body that would do that. I mean, doesn't the feds or UL would listen?
So
Wouldn't they be the ones who'd be regulating these vaping devices?
So currently, the feds don't have requirements in regards to temperature and these sorts of features. If there's a body in New Hampshire that makes sense for that, I'd be happy to amend it. Although I understand if it ends up being a situation where this might be something on the federal level in order to get it.
So you
for-
said
more
other
broadly
states
in the
have done
industry.
this,
Not other states are,
other countries.
yes, correct.
Okay, so it really should be done on a national level because vaping devices, I mean,
Potentially.
I would venture to say there aren't any devices being manufactured in New Hampshire. And that the reason why I have that other
there might
bill is
be.
because they're all being imported.
Mhm.
They're all coming into the state in New Hampshire. So,
Yep.
so,
I understand that. I filed this bill. This was basically, I understand if this is something that the state might find it hard to deal with, but I thought it was worth at least bringing the attention to this issue and seeing if there is at least some way we can attempt to help keep people healthier here in New Hampshire. So.
all right. Well, I mean, I would urge you to go find, if whether say or who actually, if there's no regulation, who should be doing that. But
Yeah,
but,
appreciate that.
we're a little state. We don't,
Yeah,
we
I
don't
know.
have a lot of high tech. I don't know. High tech, regulating this kind of a device. So,
Yeah,
Representative Teresa.
it's a quick question to the proposal that you made to maintain and control this, the temperature beyond certain degrees. To enable that, does the vaping device has to be changed, manufacturer-wise or the composition or whatever? I mean,
So
completely.
that would depend on the specifics of, some devices might already have a way to detect the temperature. Some devices basically have a dial where you can manually change the temperature. And I'm from an engineering background. I know how you would basically add a small thermocouple to the product, and they already have some sort of basic electronics in order to control the dial, turn on the device in the first place. So it may require some slight modification, but at least from my manufacturing background, I believe it would be fairly simple to add those sorts of features if they already have those electronics on board.
Okay. Any other question? Yeah, Representative Selvey.
Thank you for taking my question. My question is related to if we don't implement this, do you have any data about any safety incidents happen or any kind of a health problems happen? Do you have any data maybe at the national level or maybe at the New Hampshire level?
I can send that to the committee. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay.
But yes, there have been warnings from the FDA about the dangers of dry hitting and plenty of studies showing that this is where the heavy metals are coming into it. And there, if you've seen advertising and warning about vapes causing those heavy metals, it's a cancer risk. It's a respiratory risk. Obviously, we're trying not to have people inhale toxic metals into their bloodstream.
Any
would be
data will
ideal.
be helpful. Thank you.
And I can send that over. Alrighty.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sue Homola, former representative.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Sue Homola, representing Sam, New Hampshire. I think that it's understood that this is a bit of a federal issue and not a state level issue, but I just want to give you a little context of something that I noticed last year in 2024. op-eds started rolling out. We had one here written in the New Hampshire Journal, but op-eds started rolling out by people that were Philip Morris employees who were not identifying themselves as that, touting the new Heat Not Burn IQOS vape system. And I took notice of that because I just thought it was kind of random. They were touting how smokers' health was the most important thing, and we want to make sure, that we really get it right, and we've cared for a long time. Just so you know, in 2024, a company named Altria paid $2.7 billion for the commercialization rights for the IQOS system. Altria was a subsidiary of Philip Morris and parted ways in 2008, and they reunited in 2024. While they were on their hiatus, Altria also spent $1.8 billion to get a 45% share of Kronos Group, which is a global cannabinoid company. So one of the things that I see, and I really appreciate the bill sponsor's concern about health, but one of the unintended consequences that I wonder could be going on is that if Philip Morris, quite frankly, would benefit and be pushing out other competitors, because if states actually started making a certain temperature that only their IQOS system could fit within, it actually essentially just prohibits any other vape being sold except a Philip Morris IQOS system, Heat Not Burn. So that was my concern when I saw that. It seemed a little random that all of this kind of comes together at the same time. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Okay, that surprised the heck out of me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no.
You hope
Okay.
to learn something.
Okay, yeah, Representative Sullivan.
Are you suggesting that there's no other way to make a vape without using the Philip Morris technology?
No, I'm suggesting that Philip Morris has patented the IQOS system. And Philip Morris is very good, and they have proven that they're very good at making sure that they're a dominant force. So it wouldn't surprise me if subtly these small ways start come together to where all of a sudden we are led towards something that Philip Morris does. And just to have an explanation of Philip Morris's reach. So as soon as I read that in the New Hampshire Journal and looked into it, I'm like, okay, I'm going to write an op-ed about this. I sent it to the union leader. Totally got accepted by their editorial staff. It was going to run on a Sunday. It got pulled by the parent company of union leader at the nth hour because I said the word Philip Morris. So Philip Morris has reach. That's all I'm saying. Does that answer your question?
Well, let's rephrase it another way. Your concern is that since there is a methodology and they have patented it, that if nothing else, they would, if we were to pass this legislation, then for other people to sell their product in the state, they would then have to license this practice, this patent.
I don't know if they would have to license it or if it would just shut out competition. All I'm
Well,
saying is
I would
when
say the competition wouldn't want to stay in business, so
Right.
they'll end up having to license
Right.
it.
I just read this as some interesting unintended consequences based off of this big push that Philip Morris has had since 2024 to all of a sudden look like great guys caring about health and women, whoever's in Philip Morris. Sorry.
Fair enough. You always amaze me too. Okay. Abby Rogers from Department of Health and Human Services. Welcome back. How do you like our new digs?
Like them. I haven't been here in a while. Thank you so much, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the Legislative Liaison for the Division of Public Health Services at DHHS. And as Representative Wade mentioned, we were able to catch up in the hallway on this bill. This bill puts this responsibility of defining the temperature of the vape heating coil under our general provisions of rulemaking. That is not under our purview. And as far as we know, it's really a federal issue and an industry issue. The FDA does regulate vaping devices under the Tobacco Control Act. And as far as we know, there are not limits set on explicit temperature for vape coils, but someone may have further information. There would be no enforcement mechanism for us in the rules to enforce this. No fiscal impact because it would be under rulemaking, but we're not the right place for this, is why I'm here.
Right. Obviously, we would have to license them. And then you could regulate them.
Sure.
Under John Hunt's rule of licensure. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Last but not least, Brett Scott.
My name is Brett Scott.
Press the button. There we go.
My name is Brett Scott. I'm the president of Smokers Haven, as well as the New Hampshire Vapors Association. This bill has simply confused me. However, I have never felt the amount of support from a representative as a statement that you just heard.
Right, yes.
And because this bill, I kept saying to everyone, I said, it just makes no sense to me, other than a way to box out the little guy. That's all it is. It's an attempt that I can't help but think this is a rhetoric coming out of big tobacco to crush the little guy, because the IQ system, okay, can run at a much lower temperature. That's patented. There's no reason to license that. They have the distribution channels. They'll put it in every store and put us out of business. And in my eyes, it's exactly what this is. Even if the intent why this was put in wasn't that, it was the rhetoric that was brought about from them. I have sold more vape products than anybody else in this state. I guarantee it. I have never, even on an insurance paperwork, I've never been asked about what temperature our vapes run at. Insurance companies are excellent at mitigating risk. I have never had a lawsuit brought towards me about dry hits or anything of that nature. This bill simply did not even make sense to me. And I was using AI to try to understand what angle could there be to this other than the IQ system. And so I just don't understand, other than the statement that was already made, and I won't bother to waste you guys' time going through it, because I cannot beat that mic drop moment of the speech that you heard.
So you manufacture these here in New Hampshire?
I don't. I own a
Oh,
chain
okay.
of retail stores.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. That's where I'm confused. So not that you would make them, you are buying them from out of state, but no one has ever said, this dry socket issue
I have
exists.
sold millions of vapes in this state and Maine,
Right,
and I just don't understand.
right. Because you would want to refill them. You wouldn't want them to go empty, right?
Not only that, but like the only thing I could think, as I was trying to wrap my head around this, is that years ago, if you guys remember the vapes that made the huge clouds, and you pull up next to a car and you just see a huge cloud come out. When this first started, it was extremely dangerous, because what those devices were was just a massive battery and literally a metal coil that somebody wrapped themselves, and they put cotton on it themselves, right? And they put it up to their mouth and they put cotton on it. And so they were putting this thing together themselves. These newer devices, it's a piece of metal that then is basically wrapped around a piece of cotton. The cotton doesn't become instantly completely dry. It still has somewhat of a saturation to it. So even if you hold that button down, it's not like it is completely dry hitting. And these devices do have chips in them. All the newer devices have chips. I mean, this is just, maybe back in 2013, 2014, this might have made a little more sense to me, but it just, in today's market, I have a hard time understanding it, except for the IQ angle of it and limiting competition.
Okay.
All right.
Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Having no more cards, anybody else want to speak? If not, I will close the public hearing. Okay. We're back on schedule. So we have 15:38. Okay. All right. We'll open up the public hearing and welcome back Representative Wade.
Hello again. Long time no see. So again, for the record, I am Alice Wade here representing Stratford 15, Dover Ward 2, here to introduce HB 1538. So this one has a bit of a different background. So basically, last summer, I was invited to attend a Dover youth to youth program in my town, and meet with the kids and talk about the legislative process. And they had they've basically over several years have testified and come forward with lots of different legislation, and you'll hear from some of them as well later on this bill. And so I went to their meeting, and they shared how much they cared about this issue, about how vapes have just become omnipresent in schools, kids in the bathroom, some kids even in the middle of class. And you can have, there's basically devices that are designed specifically to appeal to kids, and which are designed to be disguised as school supplies. There's devices designed to look like highlighters. So basically, it just looks like your standard generic brand highlighter, but you pop the cap open and you can use it as a vape. They were really concerned about this, and they actually showed me they had a whole box of these confiscated vapes that had been brought in from schools that had all of these different designs, all these features, and some. I think there was a SpongeBob one. There was one that you could play Tetris on the vape. I'm not really sure why you would want to do that, but the point is that these devices, there's been kind of a troubled history of vapes marketed at kids. The goal is not to affect adult users in any way. It's basically to prevent them from being disguised specifically to avoid getting caught by parents or teachers. So it defines a few different categories, and this legislation was modeled off of legislation that they found and they shared with me from Minnesota, which has moved to restrict the sale and marketing of these categories of devices. So some might be, ones that are designed to look like candy, ones that use that are designed to look like highlighters. And another category that they had found examples of was devices built into clothing, including one that was designed to look like a hoodie, and you could the tip of the tassel, you could suck on it, and it acted like a vape. So they came to me and shared all that. We worked through the legislative process. I was really impressed by how much the kids knew, and I'm sure they're going to give some great testimony later on as well. But yeah, that's the overall goal of this, and this would be enforced by the Liquor Commission. Again, if there is a more applicable body, that's the one that, at least talking initially with OLS, seemed to make sense. But I'm open to amendment if there are further concerns about that. So that about sums up my testimony. Thank you for listening, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we have any questions from the committee members? Yeah, it's funny. Years ago, we had an issue of alcohol and having depicting of children on a can of alcohol, and it was a stout. It was some Foster's or some Michigan company had a stout with a baby on it. It was oatmeal stout.
Yeah.
So the question always is how do you say that you're aiming it to minors? How do we say how does that get in terms of enforcement by the department? How do they know what's aimed for you? Because I mean, I think there's probably plenty of adults who like SpongeBob.
Oh, I'm familiar.
Didn't they just come out with a movie, SpongeBob movie? And I'm pretty sure
I think
they sold
so.
it to everybody.
Yeah, and so I think in some cases it's fairly obvious, like in the case of the highlighter, specifically like kids supply.
Well, I own a highlighter. Yeah, I highlight. I use it.
I guess it's more that adult users have less of a need to disguise that. I, I would since it is legal for adults to use. There's plenty of devices of all sorts that don't look like that. If there are, again, this was passed in Minnesota. So if there are concerns about specific categories, I did try like talking through and saying like, how do we define these certain categories and how do we make sure that it's fair and wouldn't kind of expand past the categories that might still appeal to adults as well. I think some of these categories are more cut and dry, and I think others might be a little more subjective, and I think that would be up to
Like oatmeal
the liquor
stout,
commissioner.
like
Yeah.
having a baby on the oatmeal stout, because oatmeal is usually eaten by kids.
Yep.
So, yeah, and really the issue comes down to is that we are now charging the liquor commission to require that any product coming into the state that they have to set it to the commission ahead of time so they can approve whether it would be marketed in the state.
Yeah, and this is very, very bipartisan bill, and at least the fiscal note has stated that they expect it would be less than 10 grand each year between 2027 and 2029 for this. So that's what I would say about that.
You have any vape users who are co-sponsors of this bill?
I'm not actually. I believe there's a couple. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. You just piled up. Okay, so next person I want to hear from is the Liquor Commission, who has to enforce it. Oh, look. And I don't even know this brand, Universal.
Good afternoon, Danielle Elston, Deputy Chief, New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement. Our first comment about this bill is if it were to pass as is, it's in the wrong statute. This is better
Anyways,
off in 126K, which is the use of the regulation of tobacco products and advertisement to minors. So it would be better off to move this to 126K for easier enforcement efforts.
Absolutely.
The bill as written, we would not necessarily create a directory or a product approval. As it's written, it would be as we encounter the vape in the stores, we would take action if they met this criteria.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to ask an enforcer, and he walks in the store and he sees something like that and say that you're not a college student, so you don't need it. You're not using this for that purpose?
This is primarily directed at the retailers and that they can't sell them or promote them in the stores.
Okay, they can't sell them, right?
Correct.
Promoting could mean just whether you have it out front. They can have it in the back room, but you're saying they can't sell it.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the committee members? Yeah.
Bit more about that. How would they make this subjective determination? I'm sure there are new products coming on all the time, so how would this be equitably enforced?
It could be tough. I mean, these are they are from very specific categories in here, a food commonly marketed, food or brand of food, candy, desserts, beverages. Those are pretty clear. You know, we see those in other products that, if they're look like Starburst or Pez dispensers is a popular one that we've seen. It would have to be pretty blatant and fit within this category. If it was on the edge, we would have to look at the statute and see how, if it applied.
So like the Delta 8, Delta 9s packaging is very sketchy.
Yeah. There's a lot that they mirror. I mean, like I said, Pez dispensers is ones that we've seen
Pez.
in terms of candy, that the vape pen is shaped like a Pez dispenser. That would be one that would clearly fit. It's a candy.
Yeah, for the question.
So limiting it to this list could negate some of the new products or marketing ideas that they have, would it be more appropriate do you guys do rules?
We do rules.
Would it be appropriate to have it in some rulemaking as opposed to try to explicitly have a list here?
You could. The problem with rulemaking is rules are going to further define the statute. So it would not necessarily allow, it would do the opposite of what you're describing in rule. In rule, we would have specific items or specific categories or a list of specific things that were prohibited versus making it broader.
Okay, thank you.
Teresa.
So would you believe that instead of enforcing this to the retailer level, it would be better to enforce at the manufacturer level? Because the only reason the manufacturers are making these kind of products is to disguise it in the form so that they can sell probably to minors, because adults probably do not need any disguised material like this. Would you believe that it's better to enforce to the at the manufacturer level to some degree?
I think it would be difficult to do it with this, but this doesn't specifically say at the retail level. So this could apply to the manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers, depending on the circumstance. Again, you're proving that you're promoting it, but it's no person. As it's written right now, it says no person.
Okay. So
Further
quick
question.
So just to reiterate, so the only reason why a manufacturer would bring these products is to basically have some intention to disguise it so that it cannot be easily found out or easily seen. Because adults do not need any disguised product like this. Would you believe that?
Correct. So the flow of tobacco products in the state is there's the manufacturers, they sell it to the wholesalers, and then the wholesalers sell it to the retailers. So if it's coming in legally and they're on the up and up in the way that the tobacco products gets to retail or in the stores, it follows those three levels.
Three-tier.
Not three-tier, but three licenses.
Three separate licenses. And do we license the transportation in between?
We don't.
Exactly. So, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take up the one opposition to the bill, and then we'll then have all the other people who are or support it will then have a chance. So, come on up, Rep.
Again, my name is Brett Scott. I'm the owner of Smokers Haven and the president of the New Hampshire Vapors Association. As far as this bill, I would also like to say that in all my time being in this industry, I have personally never gone into a New Hampshire vape retailer and seen a vape that's shaped like a highlighter or one that's in clothing or an eraser. I have seen them online. However, I have never seen one in a New Hampshire vape shop. And and I go to everybody's shop to see what they're doing. And I've simply never seen one. I think everyone can agree that no one's trying to sell products to minors. We're 21 plus here in New Hampshire. We've adopted that. And I think that when we moved from 18 to 21, that was an excellent thing for the state. It should have been 21 to begin with. And I don't think we would have had so many issues around vaping. And thankfully, we have rolled a lot of that back. And the FDA has data that shows that the vaping amongst youth is down significantly. As far as this bill and how it's written, it is so extremely vague, would be my concern. I have a 3-year-old, and what appeals to him can be the wildest of things. And it just concerns me with how vague this is written. I would just ask that if the goal is to really keep, in terms of this, maybe doing like 21 plus specialty stores, so kids just don't even have a reason to go into a place to see any of the packaging. Or some way to really define what exactly it is so that as a retailer it can be black and white, because it's so subjective how it is that I would be concerned in regards to enforcement, even just on a who polices that territory of the state, because it's just so subjective in terms of what it covers. So That's my concern, is that it would just be very burdensome in that sense.
So you would be okay with the way we did it with the oatmeal beers, that you would, that any new product you had, you would have to send a picture, send a PDF to the Liquor Commission and have them pre-approve it.
I can't say that I would really like it, and I guess I would ask what the enforcement aspect of that looks like in terms of making sure we have a level playing field across the state.
It
Because
would be
there's,
one department, one room.
yeah,
This
it's
is
just,
the-
I mean,
I went in there one day and the whole wall was full of all these beer bottles. That's back in the days when they actually asked the beer, have the
Yeah.
beer. Now they just look for that nice PDF that you
yeah, I
can
would
email
just
them.
question, as far as the compliance on the retailer side of it, because now you're going in trying to check against, every product that's on every
Right, well, this
vape
way you wouldn't
retailer.
have that problem. You would just, that if you're gonna carry, if you wanna carry it, you just get you just get the PDF and you would send it to them and
Right.
they would approve it and say that's okay, and then you wouldn't have to order it in and wouldn't have to worry about whether the enforcer of the day, was in a bad mood and said, no, I think you're aiming towards kids.
Yes, we would do that. I just would question many of the other retailers in the state and, having a level playing field as well. So, that's all.
Okay.
All right. So, excellent. Thank
Not
you.
Not that the commissions probably knew that was coming, but, but they will get used to it, right? Okay, all right. So, let's see what I got here. Vicky Hams, representing the Dover Coalition for Youth. In support of the bill, 2 minutes.
My name is Vicki Harris. I coordinate the Dover Coalition for Youth and work really closely with Dover Youth to Youth, who helped work with Rep. Wade to get this bill introduced. I've heard a lot of conversations about how is this enforceable? How do we sort of determine what's attractive to youth? I would suggest looking at amending the bill to rely on the Food and Drug Administration's list of products that they authorize. They have a list on their website right now of 39 products that they have looked at, authorized. I think it gives a real clear cut what would be allowed and what wouldn't. All of the products that the students are concerned about, that we're hearing concerns about of being potentially attractive to teenagers, are not on this list. And I know that the FDA has a pretty rigorous process of determining what products they would authorize. So I would just suggest looking at that FDA list and incorporating that into this bill.
What's it called? What's it called?
Yep,
Would you just send us a link?
I'll pass around. I only have one copy,
Right.
but the FDA has a list of e-cigarettes that are authorized by the department. And I'll send that link to the committee as well.
Great. Any questions? Nope, that was great.
Thank
you. Okay. I'm gonna tag team here, Francesca Richard, Emma Hanson, and Danielle Lynn Summers. Not at all. Actually, that big chair is for multiple people, but yeah, you can feel free to pull up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielyn Summers. My name is Emma Hansen. And my name is Francesca Richard. We're all members of Dover Youth to Youth, a youth-led drug prevention program. And today we're here on behalf of our program in support of House Bill 1538. We are increasingly concerned about the rise in e-cigarette and vape use among youth. The Centers for Disease Control reported that as of 2024, vapes are the most used nicotine products by teens. Our group has been startled to see vape companies designing products that are unreasonably attractive to youth and that are designed to blend in with school supplies and other accessories that middle and high school students are very familiar with. House Bill 1538 is an important step to prevent the vape industry from targeting youth and to make these products less appealing, which will help reduce youth nicotine use.
We have all witnessed a very noticeable increase of vaping within our schools. I'm personally a high school student and I try to avoid going to the bathroom at all costs because whenever I hear my peers come back, it's always, oh no, the vape detector went off and I had to get patted down. So I've really only gone to the bathroom about I would say 4 times this school year. And one of the times I went in, big surprise, there was vaping going on. But now vaping companies, they're making products that are designed to, be camouflaged as school supplies and, other non-vaping items. So for example, you can see on your handout, the highlight office for vapes, they are obviously very intentionally designed to appear as a highlighter. And there's really nothing on it indicating that it is a vape. It really just looks like a regular highlighter. We showed this at one of our meetings and we showed it to the younger kids and we were like, can you tell the difference? They weren't really able to tell the difference at all. It's pretty clear. And then we also discovered another product. It's called the Vaporizer Hoodie, and it is a hoodie with a vape built into the drawstrings. And even up close, it would be hard for anyone, whether it's kids or even, adult supervisors. It would be very hard to tell the difference between that of a regular hoodie and this vaporizer products. And these are just very few examples of the many products we're seeing that would enable teens to vape more in school.
We have also seen the rise of video games being built into vape devices, such as recognizable or kid-oriented games like Tetris or Pac-Man. These features attract youth and make it difficult to recognize the product as a vape while it is being used. For example, the VPlay 20,000 disposable by Craftbox offers 3 built-in games and comes in sweet flavors like Yummy Gummy or Strawberry Fanta. And so on these vapes, it comes in game mode and has the 3 games called F22, Pac-Man, and Tetris. So if I were to hold it as I was going to play the game, you can't even tell if it was a vape as I'm covering the mouthpiece. Deceptive and youthful designs are especially attractive to young people. They make vaping feel more normalized and very familiar to youth. Vapes designed to look like school supplies make it easier for students to vape in school. Vapes built with video games turn a highly addictive and deadly product into something that is perceived as a toy or a source of entertainment.
New Hampshire has a choice. We can allow the nicotine industry to keep addicting middle and high school students to keep them as secure, lifelong profits, or we can protect the youth by supporting House Bill 1538. So thank you guys all so much for this opportunity and just for listening to us, and we'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
You have a question. Okay, well, Representative Miles first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is true that we have to be 21 to buy vaping products in this
Right.
state. So my question is, where are your classmates getting these products?
So a lot of times it's either fake IDs, which I know is also probably illegal, obviously, and they have they're called plugs. It's when over age or above age people, obviously over 21, buy these vapes and they sell them to youth, which is illegal, but it's their way of getting them. I can add on to this. Sometimes I've either overheard or even ex-friends I've had, they have come up to me and been like, oh, my parents are so cool. They buy me vapes. They buy me alcohol. They can get you one. And personally, I'm just not a fan of that. Recently, we were trying to find evidence for this to pass this bill, and she was scrolling through this website called Temu, and she found a vape that was only $10, and you didn't need an ID to buy it. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
That was my question, so thank you for doing the research, and you did a great job, and I appreciate, would you believe, I appreciate the work that you're doing with your peers, so thank you.
And Representative McAleer.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. Real quickly, the gentleman that was against this bill said he's only seen these kind of things online. Did you pick these things up from a retail store in New Hampshire?
So we actually found these online as well, but I think we are trying to pass this bill as a way for them not to become in stores and not to see them as much.
In the video game one was purchased.
Yeah. Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Well, thank you guys for coming in and thanks for your advocacy. I love seeing the youth get involved. So thank you for that and keep it up. So I'm curious, do you know, or maybe you guys are, I actually work at the high schools, but I'm gonna have to ask the students next time I'm working. Do you guys know that the kids that you're with are primarily buying them online and there's just no ID check?
I've heard a lot of conversations ongoing at school. Like they mentioned something about Temu. There's also a lot of very popular shops amongst, adolescents such as like Shein and TikTok shop that these kids are also getting these products off from. So I think that's a big source of where these are coming from.
And again, like I've said, parents, older siblings, maybe older friends that they've had, like from graduating classes, from like seniors and ongoing, maybe even college, they can all still purchase them and hand them down.
Quick follow-up.
The question may inquire.
Okay, no, that's interesting. I mean, I guess I see those sort of as two buckets. One is, I don't know, I mean, we have, I guess, irresponsible parents in some cases, and we can't really legislate that away because they're going to do that. It's a shame that it happens, but it does. But I do think that there might be an avenue, I don't know if this bill does it or not, but an avenue to figure out a way to enforce against retailers online selling things. I mean, certainly we would enforce, and so I think we could do it at the state level. Certainly we would enforce buying beer online, having it shipped to your house, or liquor bottles or wine, right? So maybe there's a way we could do that because it sounds like I'm shocked actually to learn that people can buy them without, if it's a 21 plus device, without any sort of ID check online, because everything requires some sort of, or should require some sort of ID check. And so that the fact that that's not happening is a concern. So I'm glad you brought that to our attention, and I think we should talk about that.
Would have to license them. Okay, Representative Wells.
When you purchase these online, or whomever, was there a screen that came up asking if you were over 21?
We actually, so Vicky is the one who purchased them along with our other coordinators. So that would kind of be a question for her, but we're not sure.
But also in general, the Are You 21, it is a very simple pop-up. You can click yes or no, and it's just so easy to take your parents' ID. It's a very easy process. Like anyone could really bypass it, which is also what we're worried about.
Very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Kate Fry from New Futures. I did have you, but I figured you're here to humor us, so don't, no. Okay, do you want to come first? Kate will wait.
Oh, I can.
Yes, Sue.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure it didn't get lost because I dropped it off
No,
early.
no, that's the problem. So you get down in the bottom of the pile.
I know, I got here too early.
Yeah.
I'm Sue Homola, representing Sam, New Hampshire. I applaud the bill sponsor for sponsoring this. This is a huge issue. This is a big issue in schools. Something actually, whether it's through this framework or it's through a study committee to really understand the issue a little bit more, I just encourage the committee to not let this just get ITL'd and forgotten. This is a giant issue, but it's particularly a big issue with drugs. marijuana use. And just to underscore what the Liquor Commission had said, one of my recommendations was to look at New Hampshire RSA 126K for where something might belong. That's it. I just want to say thank you to the sponsor for bringing this.
Fair enough. Okay, Kate.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. We do support House Bill 1538. We're very grateful to the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. I'm going to just mention, you'll see a couple of bills that I'll be working on, both in the Senate and the House, to really get behind what we're seeing is kind of a deluge of these addictive products sneaking up in our gas stations, in convenience stores. So we've done a ton of work, as you know, to make sure that our youth aren't getting their hands on these type of products. We've made some great headway with tobacco and alcohol. But we know that industries will rebrand, reformulate, and exploit technical definitions in the law to get around different loopholes. And so this is an example of one of those. We'll see definitional loopholes, unregulated products, regulatory gaps, and deceptive marketing. And this is exactly what you're hearing about today, about the deceptive marketing. So we have some good news. Vaping rates have gone down from our very high in 2019. But at the same time, we're seeing a lot of disparities. For example, more young women are vaping than they had in the past. But we still are higher than the national average. We should also note that in the budget last year, the legislature stripped all funding for the Tobacco Control Prevention Program. And they have, we'll see likely the ending of their federal funding. What that means is there is no quit line for this state. There is no avenue to get help to try to get help for tobacco and to quit vaping. And that's been a really effective tool for our youth. So we have that challenge. And then we have these products, basically school supplies in disguise, as we like to say around the office. They're highlighters, USB drives, smartwatches, etc. So this bill is really important because it gives the department, the Division of Liquor Enforcement, the enforcement ability they need to act on these predatory practices. I agree with the Liquor Commission. This should fall under 126Q. That really has been where all of the issues we've been dealing with e-cigarettes are. And I will say in response to how youth are getting that, there is a question in our youth risk behavior survey about how kids get a lot of these products. And it's almost all through an older adult or an older sibling or friend. So they're buying them in stores and passing them on. I think I have shared with this committee my parental failing, 20 years in public health. Both my girls ended up vaping. And then I'll share with you another one. And that is when I went to clean out my daughter now who has moved on, her backpack from high school. I'm pulling things out and I'm like, how many USBs could a kid have? Well, guess what? They weren't USBs. She had fooled me. They were vapes. So it is a really real issue. And I just have a really hard time thinking that this is too objective. If it's a vape being hidden in some kind of school supply, you're targeting youth. So that's my testimony. I do have it in writing that I will share with the committee.
Okay. Thank you very much, and the clerk appreciates your notes. Okay. Devin Quinney?
Chair, members of the committee, my name is Devin Quinn from the New Hampshire Women's Foundation. I will be very quick, and I don't want to repeat what someone else has said. The one thing I want to add to this conversation is that girls vape more than boys. They start vaping and continue vaping at higher rates than boys. And there's a lot of different reasons for that, and those are tied to marketing. Marketers certainly know how to market to younger women and girls, and those are things like what's in this bill, like characters or unicorns or flavors and frappuccinos or certain characters. And girls are consistently targeted in marketing. And this is this bill is a great way to support all youth, but particularly girls' physical and mental health. So I wanted to add that to the conversation, and this is a great bill that we support.
Thank you very much. And Vina Hansen.
Thank you, members of the committee. Chairman Hunt, long time.
Nice to see you again.
My name is Anina Hansen. I'm from Peterborough, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 1538. I'm a person in recovery from alcoholism, and my life partner Phil was as well, and from heroin addiction. We met when we were both 3 years clean and sober, and I lost him in 2021 to a relapse that ended in a fentanyl overdose. Both of us had demonstrated our addictive tendencies early with substances or behaviors we were introduced to in our teen years. I was raised in a religious community, so I had to do, find things that weren't substances. But when I left there in my early adulthood and started drinking, alcoholism just hit me like a freight train. Whereas Phil discovered drugs as a young teenager and lost decades to his drug addiction and finally, ultimately, his life. But during those years that he was finally sober, Phil was a recovery powerhouse. He spoke, he acted across the state and the country to promote better addiction prevention policy. He served in the New Hampshire House. And if he was still here today, he'd be sitting in this chair to speak out vehemently from his own experience about the terrible danger of exposing a young developing brain to an addictive substance. The fact that he's not here really says it all. He was 53 when he died, a successful businessman, again, a legislator. No one knew better than he did the dangers of drugs, and he'd made a life work of helping others recover from addiction. But still, he slipped and he died because it's not about what you know. When you're under extreme stress, the brain remembers what once made that discomfort go away. And once you're wired to drug use, you can learn new behavioral patterns, you can rewire your patterns. So many people living in sobriety, long-term sobriety, are proof of that, but the brain never forgets. I'm almost 10 years sober. I've never stopped wishing I could drink. Alcohol was my guaranteed path out of anxiety, and nothing since has ever come close. So sobriety can make that wiring go dormant, but it's always there. I think it is far better to prevent that wiring from occurring in the first place. And I just want to share that to speak to the importance of this bill, big picture, long term. It is worth any effort we can make to protect children from having their brains discover, while still developing, that a drug is the easiest way, maybe the only way, to interrupt their discomfort, because that felt experience can chase them and endanger them for the rest of their lives, and sometimes bring those lives to a premature end. So HB 1538 is important policy that can protect children and save lives, and I hope you will vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, I have no more cards. Anyone else want to testify on 1538? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And we got last but not least, 1630. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's do it. All right, we'll open up the public hearing and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Murphy. Good afternoon, Representative Murphy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and honorable members of the committee. I'm Representative Nancy Murphy, proudly representing the citizens of Hillsborough 12, the town of Merrimack. I'm here today to introduce HB 1630 relative to prohibiting the sale of nitrous oxide and certain inhalants for recreational purposes. This bill does not address use or possession. It is focused solely on sales. I'm handing around a single copy of photos taken by our town's drug enforcement and treatment officer, who is also here to testify, of some of the subject inhalants he found to be available for sale within our community. HB 1630 was drafted at constituent request by parents whose son became heavily involved in the misuse of nitrous oxide. They are here today to share their story, and I would ask, if possible, that following my testimony, they be allowed to testify together. I shared an investigative journalism piece with the committee by email yesterday that provided a bit of insight into nitrous oxide misuse in New Hampshire. The subject of that piece is also present today and prepared to provide testimony as to her experience and perspective. The collective testimony of those who will follow me, including law enforcement, will provide more specifics about nitrous oxide, poppers and snappers, the life and health impacts of inhaling toxic vapors for effect, accessibility of these inhalants, ease of purchase despite statutes in place, purchase volume and frequency of purchases from a single vendor, and a desire for improved regulation, enforcement, and accountability. I think probably I'll just give you the Reader's Digest version of that bill. Section 1 identifies inhalants and the vessel in which they're contained. Section 2 delineates the prohibited methods of sale or transfer. Section 3 makes the penalty for unlawful sale a Class A misdemeanor. Section 4 lists exceptions. And Section 5 addresses the concerning issues of flavored or scented products, which exist due to loopholes in regulations that allow flavored nitrous oxide to be marketed as culinary or a food processing product. This makes clear that the flavored or scented products create a rebuttable presumption against prior exceptions. And finally, Section 6 addresses sale by delivery other than in person. And I was struck by the prior testimony addressing the same issues with internet sales, mail delivery, and those kinds of things. HB 1630 would make the toxic inhalants addressed in this bill less accessible to those who would seek to misuse them, while ensuring availability for necessary use in industries that use nitrous in safe, non-recreational ways. It would hold accountable those who sell inhalants unlawfully and increase the penalty from what is in current statute for doing so. This will hopefully prevent incidents of youthful misuse from becoming life-threatening compulsion, create an expectation of personal accountability by those who sell these products unlawfully, and act as a powerful deterrent for those who might think about selling inhalants for recreational purposes. I ask that you please consider HB 1630 favorably and vote OTP. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Okay, so I'm trying to follow us, so help me out here. So this down here, Section 4, or shall not apply if someone bought a if you saw someone very young buying whipped cream, and he comes up and the cashier goes over the transaction, that's exempt.
Yes, thank you for the question. All those items are exempt, so it would not affect anybody going to the grocery store and buying a can of whipped cream, even if it was flavored.
Okay, so where else is nitrous oxide sold other than whipped cream?
Oh, there's a number of people that are going to come behind me. They're going to testify where it's sold, how it's bought, the sizes of the containers. It's sold in stores across every city and town in this state. Corner stores, vape shops. There are specialty stores. It's very readily accessible.
So, as you know, I've been doing this for a while.
Yep.
Okay, and I have John Hunt's rule of licensure. okay? And we create licenses because that is the way we we stop people from doing something bad because we threaten to take their license away. So in terms of these businesses that are selling that, if Home Depot, do they have nitrous oxide in Home Depot or? no?
I don't, may possibly, but I don't know about
So
Home
we
Depot.
can't do much about that because we don't license them for anything. Now, I guess if it's a vape shop, and if a vape shop sold nitrous oxide, then yes, we could enforce it as that it's illegal for them to sell that.
Yes.
And what our threat would then be, we would pull their license to selling.
Right.
Okay, so just so you understand where we're gonna be going with any of these regulations, is that we have to license the entity.
Right,
One
yeah.
way or the other.
Yes, thank you.
Okay?
Sure.
Representative Sullivan.
Thanks for your testimony and taking my question. Everything you said was about nitrous oxide, and that's even in the title of this bill or the summary or whatever. But you also include alkaline nitrate, which these are chemically different inhalants, and one of them is the nitrous oxide is far more dangerous. The other one is just a different class of chemical. And I'm curious, it's almost throughout this whole bill, it's almost never mentioned except for that one tiny little line. But it seems like everything you said, it seems like everything I obviously couldn't read this pamphlet thoroughly before I started asking this question, but all of them are talking about nitrous oxide, which I understand has a problem with addictions. It has a problem with escalation. People use it, they start using it more and more and more, and then people can end up in the hospital. I did a lot of research on this before I came in here today, like a couple days ago. I was reading through this bill. And there is a clear risk with those things. I don't dispute that. I don't think that applies to the other one. I researched that. I'm not saying there is zero risk. I'm not making that argument. But I feel like an outright ban on something like this, on two chemicals that are different, distinct, with different risk profiles, is maybe not the best way to reduce harm. And I'm curious why that specific chemical got included as if we're talking about interchangeable things when we're not.
Thank you for the question. Actually, in the section 1, A, B, and C, A and B are listing the chemicals that go into snappers and poppers. And there will be some law enforcement officers coming behind that are working drug experts who will be happy, I'm sure, and much more informed than I will about the necessity for these snappers and poppers as well.
So hold off until then?
I would,
Sure,
I would,
no
they're
problem.
I'm sure they'll be able to answer your questions far better than I.
All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Who did you want me to call next?
Alberts. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Peter Albert?
Yes, Peter and
Okay.
Kathy Albert.
All right. Did I get- Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the New Hampshire House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, and thank you for allowing us to speak today. We have a wonderful son who is a chemical engineer, smart, with a great job, and always a smile on his face. We noticed in April of 2025 that he was changing, becoming more reclusive and cutting himself off from his family and friends. We later learned through a friend of his, who was concerned about his health, thank goodness, that he was abusing nitrous oxide. What started out as a way to relax and control his anxiety quickly turned into addiction. Like many of you, we knew little about nitrous oxide, but we quickly learned how deadly and addictive it is, and also how expensive. In a matter of 4 to 5 months, our son spent over $15,000 to fuel his habit. He cleaned out his savings account, which he had built up to purchase a home, and he maxed out his credit card. Nitrous oxide has legitimate uses in medicine and the food processing industries. But nitrous oxide is also sold in vape shops, adorned with colorful graphics, appealing names, and fruity, flavorful additives. I hardly think that medical professionals are going to the vape shops to purchase it. And the fact that it was so readily available in smoke shops all around our town convinced our son that it was harmless. Finally, our son agreed to go in treatment. At one point, he quickly left one facility and went back to his apartment without our knowledge. When we went over to move his belongings out of the apartment, we found him actually inhaling with a balloon and canister in hand. Thankfully, he went back to rehabilitation, and when we went to move him out of his apartment, we found over 200 empty nitrous oxide canisters, and the photos are attached to my paperwork. Thankfully, he went back to rehabilitation, and after 4 attempts at residential treatment, the last attempt is so far holding well. But we walk on thin ice every day worrying about a relapse. It is so easy to buy nitrous oxide without any regard to life or health. So we are here because we do not want any parent or loved one to endure the helplessness and worry that we went through. Nitrous oxide is highly addictive, and it's dangerous, and it should be regulated. Please pass this bill.
We have 5 children, and we got them through their teen and college years, and we thought we had made it. I have been in law enforcement 40 years. I was 32 years with Merrimack PD and 8 years as a deputy sheriff. I spent a lot of my time as my kids were growing up preaching to them the dangers of drugs, alcohol, the various drugs, heroin, all the run the gamut. And nitrous oxide never came up in any of those conversations. You could have knocked me over with a feather when I found out that our son was addicted to this. And we watched it. Slowly but surely, he withdrew. We knew something was wrong. We kept trying to work, and he became reclusive. And as Kathy said, he spent all his hard work. This is a chemical engineer. We were seeing, as we got him into the first couple of rehabs, and he would go back to it. We've seen a cognitive decline in his thinking processes, his conversations, and everything else. And when you look at these canisters, and by the way, those pictures you see, those are the closet in his apartment. When you see these canisters, they say on it, it warns about causing damage to the brain. They're not kidding. We watched it. The first time he went into rehab, I went to his apartment, and I cleaned out 5 or 6 of these canisters, and I went to the vape store where I found out he had purchased them. Merrimack has 5 or 6 vape stores. I don't know how they stay in business, but, and I went into the gentleman and I brought him back because I didn't know what to do. I couldn't bring him to the solid waste because they were chemical canisters, and I don't know how full they were, but I'm pretty sure they were empty. But, so I said, what do I do with these? And he said, well, I'll take them. And I said, okay. I said, got a question for you. You know my son, and I described him and everything else. He says, yeah, I do. And I said, okay, well, he's got a problem. He's addicted to this stuff. And on a shot or on a whim, I asked, hey, could you please not sell to him anymore? And he almost smirked.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. You're in business. You're selling things. And he almost smirked, but he just said, well, it's not my responsibility with what they do, what people do with it. We sell it for whipped cream. And I looked at him and I said to him, you sell it to make flavored whipped cream. He couldn't even keep a straight face. I said, you know what this is about. Subsequently, when we found the other canisters, I went back and brought them to make a point with this man and said, he's got a problem. You can see this. You keep selling to him. It didn't matter. I asked the owner of the store if he would not sell this because it's highly addicted, and I got nowhere with that. So we're here with the help of our representatives, and we're asking you for some help on this. And maybe this legislation isn't the perfect legislation, but as a couple of parents who have, you know, are fighting this, and he's sober, he's been great for 8 months, and knock on wood, but we're asking you guys if you can all somehow come to some type of agreement and get this banned, get this taken off of the shelves of stores. You know, a young lady came up here and said, well, you know, regarding the vape product, said, well, there are older kids that are buying it, older persons buying it and selling it to others. Well, if it isn't happening yet, it will be. And the nitrous oxide issue is growing and growing. Now, we have, I think, 12 states that have banned it. So I'll leave you with that and ask you for your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do have my testimony written form with the picture.
Oh, you're willing to take questions? Yeah.
This isn't a question. We call it a would you believe. This is something that is like really new to me. And while you were talking, I wasn't checking my email. I was looking at some of the products being sold. And I am just, my jaw, Representative Spear and I were looking, and my jaw is dropping because these are clearly being marketed not to older kids, but to young kids. You know, here's one with a spaceman. There's other ones that look like they're being marketed to little girls. So, I mean, this is mind blowing. So I just want to say thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay.
So would you believe I'm old enough to remember whippets? And whippets were invented not necessarily for whipped cream, but yes, that they were used as to make whipped cream and but they were to make it before club soda was available, and that it was part of making your drink, your cocktail, to add carbonated water to your drink. So if you wanted a bourbon and club soda, that's what whippets were for.
That's changed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I go back to my early days as a patrolman, and we would find people sniffing glue or inhaling plastic bags of spray paint.
Right.
You know, so, but nitrous oxide, again, wasn't on our radar.
So, which leads me to my question, these other products, because, you know, butane, isn't that like butane that I put into one of my really cool lighter that I have that I use to start my fireplace, because it's got this big blue torch that comes off of it. So that they're still huffing. Is that why it's in this bill?
I at this point, I mean, you're going to speak to other gentlemen, experts in the.
Right.
I've just recently retired.
That was your
So
nitrous. You're worried
yeah,
about.
so
Okay.
I don't think I could answer.
Okay, so somebody else can help me out about huffing. Okay, great.
Thank you all.
Okay. Now, what did I do with my cards? Uh-oh. Oh, here they are. Okay. All right, Brian Levesque and Justin from the Merrimack Police Chiefs Association. Today's Merrimack Day.
There you go.
Thank you for the committee allowing us to speak. My name is Brian Levesque. I'm Chief of Police of Merrimack PD, and I'm here to show support for the Chiefs Association that we support this bill. And I'm going to turn over the testimony to our Prevention Enforcement Treatment Officer, Justin Agras, who's prepared some testimony.
Hello, my name is Justin Agras. As the chief said, I'm the Prevention Enforcement and Treatment Officer for Merrimack PD. That means that my job in the PD is to work with people that are affected by addiction and their families affected by addiction as well. I also run an additional program which works with children that experience what we call adverse childhood experiences, which puts them at high risk for addiction. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. Members of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, nitrous oxide, laughing gas. It's used when you visit the dentist. It's used to pressurize whipped cream. It's used to go fast in race cars. There are a number of legitimate purposes for nitrous oxide. However, if you walk into almost any smoke shop, and even a lot of gas stations, you'll find bottles of nitrous oxide for sale. They're ranging from cans the size of a roll of quarters to larger bottles close to the size of a 2-liter bottle. These bottles are often painted bright colors with colorful designs on them, and many times you will see scented mouthpieces for sale next to them, designed to change the scent, essentially flavor, the nitrous oxide to things like pineapple, blue raspberry, vanilla, mango, or hundreds of other flavors, much like we see with nicotine vapes. Which is interesting, because I've never been offered flavored nitrous oxide when I go to the dentist. And I personally own a 1971 Chevelle. And if I added nitrous onto it, I don't think my car would care if it was flavored like blueberry. But that's not what these bottles are being sold for. They're being sold and purchased by individuals who are going to use them to inhale nitrous oxide to get high. When inhaled, nitrous oxide causes a very short, rapid, euphoric hallucinogen effect. Because the effects are so short-lived, typically disappearing within minutes, they are often thought to be harmless. However, because they're so short-lived, it often leads to repeated use, which can cause nitrous oxide to replace oxygen in the lungs, resulting in asphyxiation and leading to brain damage. In 2013, the CDC reported 37 deaths involving nitrous oxide poisoning. In 2023, that number was 156. That equates to roughly a 450% increase in deaths involving nitrous oxide. The fact of the matter is that nitrous oxide abuse is a quickly growing trend. Rates of abuse are aggressively on the rise nationwide, and that should be a concern to everyone in this room, and here's why. Nitrous oxide is most commonly abused by teenagers and young adults. Most statistics find that ages 14 to 22 are the largest demographic to abuse nitrous oxide. We know that the adolescent brain is not fully developed until it's 26 years old, and that means nitrous oxide is most commonly abused by those whose brains are still in development. This is due to a number of factors, including costs, the misconception that it's relatively safe, the ease of access, and the fact that it's seen by kids as a legal option to get high. However, the medical data surrounding nitrous oxide tells a different story. Frequent or chronic use can lead to disabling brain injuries, including neuronal demyelation. Sorry, I'm not saying that right, I'm sure. As well as spinal cord degradation due to the B12 deficiency created by nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide abuse has been linked to memory loss, B12 depletion, brain and nerve damage, paralysis, tinnitus, depression, psychological dependency, and more. Increasing medical data is showing that long-term brain damage is caused by nitrous oxide. Because of the psychological dependency, it causes withdrawals, which are known to cause anger outbursts, dopamine imbalances, anxiety, and irritability. This leads to a long recovery road that, just like any other addiction, is often unsuccessful. Further, as nitrous oxide addictions continue to grow, tolerances to the inhalant requiring larger amounts to feel the same effect and to negate the withdrawals. This addiction becomes increasingly expensive. When addiction is no longer affordable, it can also often cause people to look for other, cheaper street drugs to take its place, running the risk of sending people down a dangerous road. I've heard rumor that there's some concern that this bill is redundant due to the fact that there's already a bill in place, or a RSA in place, 644.5. However, 644.5 refers to the action of inhalant. It does nothing to regulate the sale of gases that are commonly abused by teenagers and adults. This bill is a step in the right direction in limiting the ease of access to a widely abused substance. A couple of months ago, I went to all the smoke shops in the town of Merrimack to see who was selling what products and what restrictions they had on any of these products. One of the specific products I was looking for was nitrous oxide. I found that it was sold in almost all of our smoke shops, as well as several gas stations. The bottles range from small bottles for a couple of bucks to large bottles ranging up to $200. I even found in one of the smoke shops, next to a display of shiny, bright nitrous oxide bottles, was a couple dusted-looking bottles that contained whipped cream dispensers. When I asked the clerk, he acknowledged that they sell quite a bit of nitrous oxide, but he had never actually seen anyone buy a whipped cream dispenser. I ask you this. If you were going to make your own whipped cream, what comes to mind as a place to go to purchase the necessary items? I'm venturing to say it's probably not a smoke shop, probably not a gas station. But that's where these items are being sold. Not for a dentist, not for the automotive enthusiast, or the home baker. They're being sold at these locations to inhale. Further, when I went to the shops, I asked them who they could sell to, right? What's the regulation on it? Who are you comfortable selling to? And I got different answers at almost every store. This bill will not be the end all to preventing folks from obtaining nitrous oxide for legal or illegal use, but it is a step in the right direction to protect our youth from having an easy, in-your-face access to a highly abused substance. So I support this bill. In the handouts that you got from me, you'll see some photos. Those photos were taken the day that I went around Merrimack to look at what was being sold in our town. And I assure you that Merrimack is not an anomaly, right? This is every state, this is every town in the state. This is what it looks like. You can see from the pictures, and I know somebody earlier mentioned, these are being targeted to children. That's the goal here, is who they're trying to target with some of these sales, right? And that's extremely dangerous.
Well, if they're in a smoke shop, they're 21, but
They are,
clearly-
but the displays there,
clearly
you can see,
someone
but the
under-
gas stations
under
have the
30.
same displays.
Right. But the gas station's not selling cigarettes, or they are selling their licensed cigarettes?
What's that?
Is the gas station selling cigarettes?
I would say most, that's a good question. I say most gas stations in our town do sell cigarettes, so they are.
So you like Mr. Mike's, or, it's, the gas station, also, they have gas, and then they have a store, convenience store, and they have a liquor license.
Depends on the gas station, but I assume most of them do.
They had a liquor license and tobacco license. Okay, so that makes it easy for us to shut it down. Okay, Representative Sullivan.
So I guess I'll ask the question of you guys, because the sponsor asked me to ask you guys when it came up, when you came up. Everything you said was about nitrous oxide, and I did quite a bit of research on this bill before coming in today. And I don't dispute anything that you've said about the nitrous oxide. It sounds like it's a very dangerous thing. It's addictive. It creates a binge cycle that just keeps ramping up and up and up, and leads to asphyxiation, B12 deficiencies, which causes nerve damage, apparently. Like, I learned a lot of scary stuff. But while this bill seems to be focused on that, it does have that little piece that includes other things which do not share those same risk profiles based on my research. Like alkaline nitrate, there's no, in the literature about addiction, I was unable to find any evidence that there's any addiction profile with that. Unlike nitrous oxide, where it was overwhelmingly lots of addiction stories, people are showing up in the ER. There isn't I couldn't find any examples of studies about people showing up with some of these other chemicals in ERs with emergency type situations, unlike nitrous oxide. So I'm curious, I know you didn't write this bill, but there's these other substances that are included in it, and I'm curious if that was the intent, or if you were just here as a witness, or if you have knowledge that I was unable to uncover in my several hours of research on this topic.
So I'll say this, you're not wrong in your research that you found. There is different addiction profiles. I believe the reason that they were included in these bills, in this bill, is because they are also widely abused by youth. They go by the slang term poppers, snappers. They have a bunch: Rush, Bold, Jungle Juice, Purple Haze, a bunch of slang terms that are used by the kids. But those are essentially, they get the bottles and they're sniffing the bottles or huffing it. The concern, I think, is when we regulate the sale of nitrous oxide, are the shops just going to move to that next thing? I do agree that those items do not have the same addiction profile. There's a lot of research that says they're not addictive, but they are very dangerous. There's a lot of research showing that they lead to burns, skin irritation, loss of vision from the vapors getting in your eyes, bronchitis, increased risk of cancer, and brain damage.
Thanks.
Does that answer the question, Dr. Wu?
Yeah, I mean, it does answer the question. I'm really concerned about the addiction part of it. That to me, this is a would you believe, but would you believe that my concern is more addiction? I think there's a lot of things that are not healthy for us. And to me, I think the role of government and legislative body and legislative change is to protect society from harms of things that are addictive and the consequences that come from that. That there's a reason why we don't regulate, while many people would think we should, soda or sugar or candy. All of those things we know are also at some level addictive, but we have accepted that as a society. So I just think some of these things, I'm comfortable regulating nitrous oxide. I'm a little uncomfortable with those other ones. I think because I'm not worried about like the horrible story from the family about their son, which is a very tragic story, and I'm sorry for that. It sounds like that wouldn't happen with some of these other things, anyways. That based on my research, and that's kind of where my concern is. Are we doing harm mitigation? Or are we just banning a whole group of substances? So that's just where my thinking is right now. I need to process it some more.
Representative Herbert.
To me, it's what you do is you go and the people that are selling are put in jail for possession. So in other words, you go after, well, I mean,
Okay,
It's-
here's
it's
what I'm
difficult,
thinking. Here's
but
what
I
I'm
think-
thinking. About due respect. Okay, so we have this other product called Delta 8, Delta 9s, which are fake cannabis, okay? And we have a bill to ban them all together, or what's the, yeah. So basically, what I would see is that this 644.5 really takes care of this inhalants issue that for law enforcement. It says disturbing the peace is the inhalant statute. So you can arrest somebody if you found them for doing that inhaling. So if we take that out of the bill and we focus on just nitrous oxide, and that we would then treat nitrous oxide like Delta 8, Delta 9s, in which we ban them. And for the sale to these licensed entities, we can control that because they're all licensed. All right, they all have a liquor license and they sell tobacco. So our guys and gals are going in there inspecting, and we'll get all those things off the shelf. All right. Whether we have to then take another step, which is that, and frankly, I don't know any dentist who still uses nitrous oxide. I think that business is pretty well shut down. There might be some food wholesalers that are still using the propellant, but we can kind of delve into how we're going to look at that. And we might end up just licensing those people who happen to be compelled to sell those products. But at this point, we probably, due to the fact that we have a little experience with Delta 8, Delta 9, that we can address the selling of this product, of these nitrous products, through these convenience stores and through the tobacco shops.
Mr. Chair, would you believe that we use unflavored nitrous oxide at the ice cream shop I work at to make our whipped creams?
Right. So you're going to get that. You're getting that from a wholesaler.
I think so. I don't know where.
Right. So basically, what we would want to do is regulate that whole.
It's certainly not flavored stuff. That's
Well, no,
clearly
you wouldn't want.
has a
yeah.
different intent.
That would be too much flavoring. Vanilla flavored. So we can look into that. And so
I
that's
just
where
want to
we're at.
correct
So
you.
now, if you have a question related to how, what we're going to do about this or what we're going to do.
No, not that.
Okay.
I just wanted to correct two quick things. One is I also want to correct that the statement you made that the dentists don't use nitric oxide. The dentists do use. I know dentists who use nitric oxide. Even last year, they offered to my son. So I know they do use nitric oxide. That is one thing. Second thing is that I think you already covered that, and also Reverend Sullivan covered that. It's better if since we don't know the effect of other products, it's better if we just focus on nitric oxide in this bill. Then it will be easier to pass rather than clubbing all the things together, because then there were different discussions, like Reverend Sullivan already mentioned about it. So these two things. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right. So who do you want me to call? Who do you want me to call? I didn't get his card, but yes. But we know Lieutenant Storm. He's our new best friend. Is this something that you just picked up this year, or you've been doing this for a while and just never been near this committee? There you go. Okay. Welcome again.
I'm here in a different role today. I also run the New Hampshire Office of Highway Safety and deal with that. And I am also was the state's drug recognition expert commander for almost 15 years.
Okay.
So very much I can answer all your questions to amyl nitrate, butyl nitrate, tertiary nitrates, all of those things that you had brought up. So everything that the Merrimack officer said is 100% correct. And everything that these parents are going through is 100% correct. So I don't need to belabor all of that. I would take that as gospel. They very, very true, very, very impactful. And it absolutely is happening here in our state and on our roads. And we want to make sure that this type of impairment is not happening on our roadways. As you heard, it's very fast acting. It's very hard once it's happening for us to determine whether it's an inhalant. It acts very quickly. They can be driving as probably one of the most drunk individuals that you've ever seen. And within minutes, they look like they're stone cold sober.
Somebody has a balloon inside the car, the nitrous oxide balloon inside the car.
Representative Hunt, it happens all the time. So, yes, we see it. We've had accidents that have been, crashes that have happened with inhalants that have taken lives off of our roadways. The anyl nitrate, butyl nitrate, all those are come in room deodorizers, and what they're doing is they're huffing them for that inhaling toxic vapors for effect, which is at 644.5. They are using them. They do have cardiovascular issues when they do them. They can hurt you. To the addiction profile, there isn't really one out there yet for those nitrates, but they are dangerous. They do impair your ability to operate a vehicle, operate machinery, or be a normal human being while you're under the influence of that. And they do cause issues with oxygen deprivation. They cause problems with cardiovascular issues. So there are a lot of adverse effects to them. I think it's too soon to say how much of an addiction profile that they actually have, like some of the other drugs. But I think that would probably answer, does that answer your question?
Yes, and I'm aware. I mean, I know there's a particular risk with some of those nitrates if you take them and you're on a drug like Viagra or Cialis, like those types of drugs, it causes your heart to stop. So no, there are risks to them. But I've never heard of somebody using them while driving. And I've heard of the nitrous oxide while driving from my research. I haven't heard of with these other ones, but.
Nitrate is the one that you'll see, anyl butyrate nitrate is the one that you'll see mostly sold. And it is often sold as a room deodorizer because it is flavorful and it does not have like what they have in Dust Off, right? Dust Off comes now, and if you read the back of Dust Off, it has a little taste with the circle around it with the cross through it, saying that has actually a bitterment in it to make it taste bad. So people aren't actually using it for an effect. But these room deodorizers do not have that because then it will then degrade the room deodorizer so that they keep those flavors and they taste well. So it's kind of gross.
Yeah, we had a bill years ago dealing with antifreeze, and that they were putting in something in the antifreeze to make the dogs not want to.
Correct. Same theory.
Concept. Okay. I think that help narrows it for us and gets our arms around the subject matter better. Do put in a card just so we have our files. Okay. All right. So I have a couple more cards left. Avina Hansen.
Hi, everybody. Me again. Fancy meeting you all here. Still Anina Hansen from Peterborough, and all this testimony has been so fantastic. All I really want to offer here is one more sort of personal example of the impact of this. I mentioned my life partner who died at 53 of a fentanyl overdose a couple weeks before he died. My daughter was 8 at the time. I went to make her an ice cream sundae. The Ready Whip was missing from the fridge. I was very confused. And a little while after he died, when I was down in the basement in the man cave, what should I find but the empty bottle of whipped cream? Which I would love to have given him grief for, huffing whipped cream like a teenager, but that's kind of the point. This is such an entry point for teenagers that then becomes, as I mentioned before, how the brain gets wired to that, and that use can become systemic. And so I don't think we can downplay the danger of youth having easy access to this because it's creating those pathways that can continue for years and years. It's much like heroin dealers started cutting in fentanyl in order to, because it's more addictive and they wanted to create repeat customers. I see this much the same way. Get the kids when they're young with some safer sort of drug that seems more benign but isn't at all, and especially because it can lead to all sorts of and exacerbate other sort of drug use. My daughter's 13 now. I really care about the kind of marketing that my child and all our children are exposed to. And so I just want to add again that personal element of why this is so important that we take action on this bill. Anything that we do to keep youth from being exposed now, I mean, for one thing, it mitigates long-term economic burden on the state with potential treatment programs and whatever. But also it's just what we do to keep our kids safe, and all of us want to keep our kids safe. That is all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Holly Hill?
I'm going to read from something that I have, if that's okay.
No problem.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing my story about the severe consequences of using nitrous oxide recreationally. My name is Holly, and I was born and raised in New Hampshire. I have lived, worked, been a student in, and worked to raise a family here my entire life. 4 years ago today, I woke up in a psych ward for the first time, completely unaware of the severe drug-induced psychosis I was in. My father had, a few days before, taken me to Concord Hospital for an involuntary admission after finding me stranded in a smoke shop parking lot where I had run out of gas but still had been able to purchase 200 new nitrous cartridges. I always drove while doing nitrous, without a balloon and with reckless abandon. My rock bottom was lower than I ever imagined it could be. I didn't recognize myself. I had been seeing loved ones who weren't actually there, hearing voices that didn't exist, and thinking paranoid thoughts I couldn't even imagine just 6 short months beforehand. And I had that day, in depraved, delusional desperation, run out of gas in my car, alone and totally out of my mind, in the parking lot of a smoke shop less than 2 miles from here. They allowed me, their favorite nitrous addict, to leave my car in the parking lot until my twin sister came to move it 6 hours later. She said it was the saddest moment of her life. My car looked as sad as I was, filled with over 7,000 empty nitrous cartridges. Nothing else, no food or water or any other signs of life. Today, 4 years later, I can't help but look back at that time and wonder who that person was. Before nitrous, I was a mother, a librarian, a highly qualified educator, a mentor, a friend, and daughter. During active addiction, I was nothing but nitrous. There is a before and an after in my life. I know now that the allowance of this drug to be sold and purchased in any quantity at any time by any person was a huge contributing factor to my addiction. There were many days before and after this one that I walked into a New Hampshire smoke shop and bought hundreds of nitrous cartridges, multiple times a day, as I always told myself it was the last time, at the same exact shops, every day for months and months. I was never carded. I was never told no or was refused sale, even after purchasing hundreds a day from the same clerk. Looking back now, I know they saw me, broken, sick, and continually desperate for more drugs. But they as individuals had no recourse to refuse sale. They were stuck, and so was I. It wasn't until April of 2022, when I ran out of money and hope, that I was rehospitalized for the final time. I am fortunate my family was able to house me, care for me, and keep me in their sights for the next 6 months after I went through my final rehab, as I would have certainly relapsed. At the end, I could not walk, participate in basic discussions, form new memories, or even participate in daily chores. I was cognitively wounded irreversibly, something I had not anticipated in my wildest dreams. My physical, mental, and emotional health is still affected by the addiction I had to nitrous to this day, and I recognize as something I will never fully recover from. It is truly a miracle I am alive and never hurt or killed anyone else while I was in active addiction. I'm extremely grateful and thankful to be here today. So I am here today to tell my story in hopes that regulation for the sale of nitrous can be supported by lawmakers. I lost almost everything I had worked my entire adult life for, and had spent over $26,000 in 6 months because of nitrous oxide. Without unlimited access to this drug, first through Amazon and then in person at a variety of smoke shops between just Laconia and Concord, I am certain I would not have fallen into the severe addiction I did. Coming forward with the story is painful, shameful, and leaves me very feeling very vulnerable, but I know my story is unique as I survived. Most who become as addicted as I do not survive, and if they do, they are paralyzed. It is important for me to make meaning from my experience and possibly help save a life. It is a miracle I'm alive today to share this with you, and it is my sincere hope my story helps compel you to support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, got one more card left. Kate Fry from New Futures.
It was very difficult to follow that. I'm very appreciative to all the people who are sharing their stories today. I'll be very brief. Again, for the record, my name is Kate Fry from New Futures. We support this bill. We're very grateful to the sponsor and for all those testified here today. I'm handing out a lot of information. Some are from pictures that some of our partners, our youth partners have found doing environmental scans. And then you'll find something from the Public Health Law Center that has really done a breakdown of other states and what they're doing. But I want to agree. I agree with Representative Burrows. I've seen a lot of stuff in this job. I had never been aware of what was going on. And all of those strategies I talked about before, the definitional loopholes, the deceptive marketing, the regulatory gaps, unregulated products, it all falls into this product that we're seeing out there. But there are a couple interesting trends. Actually, the usage of this has increased since the pandemic. And a lot of it because kids were stuck home experimenting with things. I agree the data shows that 12 to 17-year-olds are more likely to use those 18 and older. A lot of this has been escalated by the social media trends that you're seeing as well. So this is really something that has escalated the last few years. So I hope you'll find these resources helpful. I understand there's some issues with some definitions. I think if you look at what other states have done, that will be helpful. But we really ask you to vote to pass on this bill. And again, I think the people who came out today with their personal stories, that was tough.
Not sure if you can answer. I don't know this.
Yeah.
I don't shop on Amazon a lot, but it seems like a lot of these products are sold online in various sites. Is there a way to prohibit these products from being sold online to New Hampshire addresses?
Yeah.
There is?
I
Okay,
think
thank
there is. What you're seeing are actually from stores that there was environmental scans. I agree, though, you can get these online too. And anything we can do to address that would be helpful because we all know kids nowadays know how to get things online very easily. And it is true, there's not a lot of proofing or informed, you click a box saying you're 21 and that's about it.